Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to introduce this bipartisan bill. I have to say that as I've heard the expression, I'm hoping you'll agree that this is a no-brainer. I've heard that probably 4 or 5 times in the course of discussions with folks talking about the bill, so we'll see. But my hope is that this is a pretty straightforward bill. The purpose of the bill really is to ensure that there's a robust plan and transition for students with disabilities once they prepare and ultimately leave public schools so that they become independent and civically engaged community participants, which we all want, whether we have children with disabilities or not, is certainly the goal. And the whole point, I think, of our public schools and our school system is to ensure that we have competent participants who are actively engaged in their communities through whatever means that may be. And certainly the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and Section 504 are ways that we ensure that those full educational opportunities are available for students with disabilities. So we've come a long way with that, but we have a long way to go. In my conversations with parents, as they talk about their experience with special education, one of the most frustrating, I shouldn't say frustrating, but anxiety-producing moments in that conversation as they navigate a pretty complicated, sometimes intimidating system of special education laws is when their child is preparing to leave the schools. There's a sense of anxiety and worry that I think we all have for our kids when we want to have our kids exit public schools and be full independent participants in their community and society. And there is a strong sense of anxiety and worry when parents reach this moment in time. In fact, I would suggest it's probably the most anxiety-producing moment in a child's special education career, if you will, with their parents. What this bill does is it leverages the pre-existing framework that we have under special education law that's intended to assist students with disabilities get the educational opportunity that they deserve, so that they can tap their full potential once they leave school, public formal schooling. That's the whole point of public schools and schooling, and that's the whole point of special education, is that kids transition out. And we have existing frameworks, particularly with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, under the requirement that there be transition planning for kids when they are preparing to leave public schools, and that there are goals that need to be set among the IEP team with parents, with the child, with the school officials, to ensure that once the doors open from the schoolhouse and they've graduated or left the system, that there is a web and there is a network and there is some plan behind making sure that a child can reach their fullest potential. It would be a shame if we invest so much in our formal schooling to ensure that children get the equal educational opportunity they deserve in the K-12 setting, if you will, but then the planning to go beyond isn't sufficient enough or isn't robust enough, and that's part of the anxiety that I hear from parents. It's part of what I see, and that's what this bill intends to address. I include Section 504 as part of this bill because that also captures and protects students with disabilities. Although it does not have a specific transition services requirement like the IEP structure, it seems to make, if the whole goal is equal educational access and opportunity, then it makes sense to include children with Section 504 plans. There is a second part of the bill. There's basically 2 operative parts, the part dealing with students with disabilities and transition planning in Section 504. The second part of the bill would relieve schools of that if they already have in-school voter registration drives. My understanding in developing the bill is that there are few, not many, that already do this. But the provision this bill requires that they, and I hope that they would already be doing this, if they're offering that service in school, that they are providing the accommodations that are required under 504 or a child's IEP in any event. But this bill makes it clear that they must. Why voting? Well, this would only start a conversation about registering to vote. And it leaves it to the team, be it a 504 team or IEP team, to determine whether or not that makes sense in that child's case. And if so, they make a plan to do that. Voting, obviously, I think we could all agree, folks in this room, is of critical importance. I imagine we're here as representatives by virtue of people who have voted. It's a fundamental right under the Constitution, and so we recognize that it's important. But there's a symbolic and a substantive value to it that relates to the primary goal of special education, which is to prepare a child to go out in the world to be independent and an active civic participant in their community and in the world. And voting does that. And even the conversation about registering to vote is an empowering conversation for a child and a parent at a table to talk about you can make a difference. There's a symbolic nature of going in there, and we all, I think, maybe we're political nerds, we feel the thrill of, voting for an issue, a candidate, whatever it is, or at town meeting or wherever it is. So there is an empowering feeling, and I think for children with disabilities in particular who have historically been marginalized and still face obstacles once they leave school, that is a particularly powerful effect that even the conversation about registering to vote, never mind actually registering to vote or actually voting, can have. And obviously there's the substantive value to it. In my town, I think we'll probably get 10% will vote in the March election, and that's 1,000 people, give or take, of registered voters. One vote makes a difference. We all know that. We've seen elections decided on that. So there's the power to that. But research shows that people who register to vote and people who vote are active and engaged in their community. They belong to civic groups. They care about who's on the local board of trustees for the library. They are independent, they are civic-minded, and that is the exact purpose of our public schools, but also the exact purpose and promise of the special education laws that we have. So to me, ensuring that that conversation happens at the IEP table with the parent and with the child is a gateway to leverage what we have now and fully allow a child to get the return on investment that we make in a child through the K-12 formal schooling once they leave school, because the whole goal is to have them independent and self-sufficient and active members of their community. And voting and registering to vote is a means that has a direct link to that. So that explains why that is there. It's consistent, entirely consistent, and I've submitted written testimony with the congressional intent, which I've noted in my written testimony of the IDEA, the Individuals with Disability Education Act, in terms of what we're trying to do. So in sum, that's what this bill does. It seeks really to leverage what we have as an infrastructure to give students with disabilities, make good on the promise that we give them K-12 and make sure that that promise is kept. There's a network in place for when those kids go on and become citizens in our communities. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for the presenter? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for bringing this forward. I just wanted to ask you, do you know what right now the standard is for children in the regular education program as far as them being taught the importance of voting and how you go out and register to vote?
I don't know. Thank you for the question. I don't know the exact. I'm assuming that it would occur. I don't know that there's a standard that speaks to it. If you know specifically, I know we passed, I think it was the last session, a bill regarding a test for civics education, I believe, which makes what I'm doing pretty consistent, I think, with what that is. I don't know per se. I would assume that I know some schools, I believe, do offer some sort of in-service voting registration drive. I think it's not many. So I assume that conversation happens in that context, if not in the context of perhaps a social studies class or a history class. So I don't know if that answers. I don't know.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
So I'm trying to think of how to word it as a question. I just see so often that we're carving out different groups of students, and it's not equitable. And my question is, would you be open to this bill being for all students? So we teach all students the value of I understand we have a citizenship test. I don't remember how deep it goes. But would you be open to, we teach this to all students?
Yeah, and I want to, so the second operative provision of the bill allows schools to do that, and it gives them that authority and local control to do that. So, you know, if I think in terms of, you know, I understand the point about, you know, carve-outs, if you will. That's my term, not yours. It seems that this particular student population, given the history and poor treatment public schools have had with students with disabilities, is certainly deserving of that, of sort of a special treatment. But yeah, I mean, if schools want to do that, or if we were to insist that all schools do that, yes, that'd be agreeable. And the only thing I would ask is that, and I would assume that this would be, and I do codify it if this was to become law, is that the accommodations that a child would need who is a student with disabilities would be provided in that process of registering to vote, if they're whatever it may be. So, yeah, thank you.
Further questions? I have one question for you. In your second portion of the bill here in Roman 2, it speaks to all students on one or more days each academic year, whereas I know in the district I have, it's taught in civics class at the high school level. You take civics just once while you're in high school. So it's being done, but it's not being done every year. But every student is required to have civics, so it is being done for all students. But this is, the way this is worded, would that then eliminate the process that some of these districts have chosen to do this if we incorporate it for all students, as this says? Does your bill kind of rethink or have us rethink what's going on with how curriculum is managed locally in our districts?
Thanks for the question. Not necessarily, I don't believe. I think the two things could exist at the same time, that the civics instruction could occur as you're describing it, and a school could make good on Roman 2 in this bill and provide that for all. It may spark a conversation about you know, how best to proceed at the local level.
If we were to do that, would it not take some changing of how you worded it in Roman 2?
If we were to do
through the civics class that's taught in the high school?
Potentially it could. If I'm understanding the question correctly, I think there's nothing that prohibits a civics class in addition to doing what they would do here, and that's assuming that the school chose that they were going to go with Roman 2 as opposed to sticking to Roman 1 just in the special education process. So potentially, I suppose, if we, on a case-by-case basis, we'd look at the language. Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. If a special ed student is going through the process for these extra years and they are very difficult problem, they're severely handicapped, I'll be right and use that term. How do you plan to work with those when maybe they could benefit from something else that might be more beneficial for their going into society?
Thank you for the question. I think that as a matter of practice, you know, that the bill only requires that a conversation happen at the IEP table with the parents, the child, and the school officials about whether or not registering to vote would be appropriate. So those case-by-case basis could be handled there. But I think, in my view, and I'm getting older, but having seen how much progress we've made in terms of removing barriers for children and people with disabilities in a short time. I mean, in the 1970s, children with disabilities were wholesalely foreclosed from accessing a public education. So my hope would be that with that in mind, and we have a lot more to do, no doubt, but my hope would be that with that in mind, that those opportunities, especially one so important as the fundamental right to vote, and that as empowering as that can be for any of us, but particularly for maybe students who may not feel empowered, and maybe regular non-disabled children who are, voting for the first time, that they feel empowered. Wow, I can make a difference. But with respect to students with disabilities, my hope is that that it would be recognize the significance of what voting would be, and at that conversation, at that table with the players there.
Further, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused now. The Roman II section of the bill talks about in-school voter registration, and that's a process that maybe the town clerk comes in and registers students. It's not talking about a civics class. Am I right in that, or am I wrong in that?
Yes, and I think, thank you for the question, and the bill does not touch a civics curriculum or class or those decisions there. It just simply would call for an in-school voter registration, nothing in terms of the specific content about civics or what that means. No, so that's a separate issue, but thank you for that question.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I'm just wondering about your intent with lines 9 and 10 in Roman 1. What decisions are you talking about should be included in an IEP plan?
So in the IEP plan process, there's prior to that in the section, within that section, but above that sentence, it describes whether or not, bringing up the conversation about whether or not registration would be an appropriate goal. And then the IEP itself has grids for transition services. So presumably, if that was determined to be a reasonable goal for the child, it would be in that. And typically, in my experience, it would explain what that meant. So, mom will take the child to town hall and register to vote within the next year, something along those, assuming, that's what they determine would be an appropriate goal. So it'd be codified in the plan itself. Thank you for the question.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
I'd like to call forward Liz Tanarelli. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Ladd and the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Liz.
Liz, do you have a button you can push there? When it comes on red, you're out.
I'm on, okay. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. And we have been working on improving access to voting, empowering voters for the last 102 years. So I am here in support of this bill. My written testimony talks about some specific things related to Part 2, and that is where a school holds an in-person voter registration drive for students. In the last few years, some of these have been held. A league member organized it in Conway, which is a regional school district, and actually had supervisors of the checklist or town clerks from several towns right on site. That's not easy to do. You know, we know that in regional school districts. Another league member who was a supervisor of the checklist in Nashua offered a drive there. And recently, a young person, a student in Laconia, organized this. For the most part, that doesn't happen. So even young people without disabilities sometimes don't quite realize how they have to register, what voting means, what the procedures are. That's particularly a problem for students with some disabilities. For instance, a blind student needs to know that we do have facilities at the polling place for students with visual impairments. Students who don't have driver's licenses, and that includes both students with disabilities and those without for economic reasons, need to know what they can do to get a voter ID, a non-driver voter ID that applies. For that reason, the League publishes a lot of material both on its website and in specific brochures to help people understand what the process is. I think this is a wonderful bill to include this in the IEP planning for students with disabilities so they understand the accommodations that are available to them, so that the parents will understand what those accommodations are and how they can get that young person registered, even if he or she can't drive, can't get to the polls or to the registration place. So for those reasons, the League heartily supports this. We know that young people are the least likely group. The 18 to 28 group is the least likely to vote in this country. That's improving slightly over the last 6 years or so. More of them are doing it. And I just want to be sure that students with disabilities are included in that group of getting more interest in politics and knowing how they can become active members of it. I'd be glad to take questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Liz. Representative Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Thank you for testifying today. I was just wondering if you had tried any outreach to parents of children with disabilities.
No, we have not. Not at this point. We try to get someone in the schools to distribute our brochures, our student age specific brochures about how to register and how to vote. You can't just bring them to the schools, obviously. There has to be somebody there actively doing it, so we try to make contact with civics teachers, for instance. But no, we have not so far reached out to any specific student disabilities groups. It's a good idea, though. Thank you for that.
Might be a confidentiality issue associated with that. You're not going to get names.
No, I did not intend that.
Yeah.
I meant that we provide materials that they could then distribute to students.
That's
Yes,
the way to do it.
yes.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonnie Dunham? Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry. My name is Bonnie Dunham. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm here in support of this bill. It aligns with the purposes of IDEA, one of which is to prepare students with disabilities for further employment, further education, and independent living, which includes community participation. This includes learning how to be a responsible adult, of which voting is a big part. IDEA requires the IEPs of each student as they get older, starting by age 16, to include transition goals and the services to accomplish those goals. So goals to prepare that student for adulthood. And when the student reaches the age of 17, so 1 year before they reach the age of majority, the IEP has to include a statement stating that the child has been informed of what rights under IDEA will transfer to them upon their reaching the age of majority. Discussing voter registration as an appropriate community living and citizenship training goal to be included in the IEP or 504 plan seems like a logical companion to informing the student of what special education rights will transfer to them at age 18. On a personal level, I'm the parent of an adult son with disabilities. Sean has Down syndrome and a mitochondrial disorder. And I know that voting is an important part of his identity as a responsible adult. Sean knows who doesn't vote, children and people who don't care, and he knows that he is neither of those people. When Sean was born, people with disabilities were not expected to go to school. They were not expected to get jobs or contribute to their communities. He did go to school. He has a job. He's had it for 20 years since he finished school. And he takes his civic duties very responsibly. He volunteers, he votes, and he recycles. We take careful steps to ensure that he can make informed choices. That means reading candidates' websites and campaign literature, and he goes to events and asks questions about things that matter to him. He's never missed voting in an election. Even when he woke up with pneumonia, he insisted that he had to vote before we went to the hospital. We took Sean to register when he turned 18, just as we did to his sister, with his sister. But I know that not every parent votes. I also know that parents sometimes have been given the impression that their children have such low abilities, the culture of low expectations, that they may not even consider that their child would want to vote or be able to. Neither of those are true. This bill treats students with disabilities as responsible adults by compelling the IEP team, which includes the youth with a disability beginning by age 16, to discuss the student registering to vote and about how they would accomplish that. It's a great bill, and I encourage you to support it.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Rosenberg? Good morning.
I'm Karen Rosenberg. I am the new policy director at the Disability Rights Center. Prior to becoming the policy director, I represented students and parents of students with disabilities in special education matters. And I'm here to encourage you to support House Bill 1594, which, as you know, would basically use our existing IEP and 504 infrastructure to include a discussion about, in transition planning, about whether it makes sense for a student to register to vote. And as Bonnie mentioned, the purpose of the Individuals with Disabilities Act idea is to prepare our students to become independent, employed, and fully engaged citizens. The focus of IDEA is to educate our students in the least restrictive environment with their peers so that they can be part of the school community and part of a larger community. Voting is essential to citizenship in this country. It is one of the privileges we all enjoy, and it's one that comes with some responsibilities. And so using the the IEP process and the 504 meetings as an opportunity to help further prepare students to be civically engaged, independent adults makes a lot of sense. It would be great if our schools would include this kind of discussion for all of our students. I think Representative Litchfield, you asked about that. I know from, it's been a little while since my kids were in high school. They took civics, I think it was in 9th or 10th grade. And so they weren't really close to being of age to register. And also students with disabilities may require some supports that students without disabilities don't require in terms of figuring out how to register and maybe getting some support to do that. So yes, it's important for all of our students. Our school's job is to prepare all of our students to be productive, independent, engaged adults. Students with disabilities may just need a little bit of extra time and assistance with that. And also, just so you know, a lot of schools do this already. There are model materials that schools use to undergo transition planning for students with disabilities, and a lot of those model materials include discussions about, like a checklist. Have you discussed how to get an ID in states like ours that requires identification to vote? Have you discussed voter registration? So some of those things are already in the curriculum and in materials that IEP teams use. This would really standardize it and make sure that all of our students with disabilities have those discussions and are afforded this opportunity. So thank you for what I hope will be your support of this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Do you have access to these model materials that maybe a best practice that could be embedded within our instruction at the high schools right now?
So there are materials all online. In fact, I think the U.S. Department of Education has a link to materials on transition planning. The Parent Information Center, I believe, has a link to information on transition planning. I'd be happy to share some of that with you if you want me to collate it, but there's a lot out there that
Okay,
supports
thank
this.
I know that our life skills teachers do a lot of this, but that's just one portion of the IEP whole process.
Right.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much for your time.
And the last pink card we have up here on this board is Kathleen how do you say your last name? I see C-I-N-T and
A-V-E-Y.
Okay.
Centavi.
Okay, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Kathleen Centavi from Dover, New Hampshire, and I'm a lifelong educator, and I have sat in on many 504 and IEP plans. And I can tell you that they are very complex with a lot involved in there. Many of our IEP and 504 students are mainstream. They are in regular education classes as much as fits in with their IEP. They may have an aide with them in that class to help them to understand what is going on in that class. So they should be, by and large, exposed to this. But do keep in mind there is a wide variety of disabilities, and some students, because of their disability, may actually have a difficulty in truly understanding the voting process and selecting the person who would best meet their particular needs. But part of voting is to register to vote, and I think that as we're trying to mainstream our students, it is probably in their best interest for them to do this as the general population does this, by bringing in documentation, proof of residence, a birth certificate, a picture ID. There are a lot of opportunities to register at city or town halls, also on the date of voting. And I have registered people in Dover personally. And I can tell you that any help or support that is needed for anyone who comes in to register, we do that. For several years, I helped to register people, for instance, in a nursing home who were at all various levels of understanding, and we helped each and every one of them. So in regards to actually registering to vote, I believe that in general there is a lot of help available there. But part of what we want all of our students, whether they have an IEP, a 504 plan, or anything else, we want them to all learn rights and responsibilities and how to practice them. And fortunately, we also have parents to help support this undertaking. And I just hesitate to see parental rights further erode and give more and more responsibility to our schools. Teachers are quite overwhelmed very often with all the responsibilities that they have at present, and adding one more thing like this and making it a requirement, I'm not sure is the best way to go. I would like us to make sure, if this does pass, that the parents understand their role in all of this and their rights and responsibilities, and that here in New Hampshire, we remain a state that recognizes the rights and responsibilities not only of the child but of the parent as well. And we do not acquiesce to giving more and more responsibilities to our schools. We lose control over what's going on in our schools. It's very hard, for instance, in the city of Dover, the public is not welcome in the schools, so we couldn't even go in and visit a class to see what's going on in a civics class or anything else. So I think we need to tread cautiously as we approach this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Any
testimony. Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in and for being an educator for a long time. That's really a service to the community. I just am confused whether you support this bill or you oppose this bill.
I am not supporting all the parts of this bill. I do not support the second part of this bill. I believe that we need to let civic responsibilities be civic responsibilities and not bring them into the schools.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. So that concludes our testimony for this particular hearing. We'll close the hearing down.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
I did check the numbers, and it was support 135 and oppose 24.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And as a reminder for all, the numbers which are online, they close at the end of today, not at this moment. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. So we'll open up the next hearing at 9:45. See, this kind of ties. We're going to go ahead with the next hearing right now. This hearing is HB 1233, prohibiting higher education institutions receiving state funds from requiring face masks and COVID-19 vaccinations for attendance. And the bill has been put forward by Representative Torosian. Peter is here. Oh, there he is, right in front of me. Welcome.
I'm ready, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Peter Torosian. I represent the Rockingham County District 14, which is the towns of Atkinson and Plastow. I'm here today as the prime sponsor of House Bill 1223, and I'm asking you to consider passage of this legislation. What this bill does is prohibits higher education institutions that take New Hampshire taxpayer funds from requiring a COVID-19 vaccination or face mask for enrollment or attendance. So there's times that people enroll at a university, particularly these days with the technology, where they may not even have an in-person class, or it may be a small class where there's certainly plenty of room for instructors to exercise a 6-foot rule that we've come to know very well the last couple of years. We now have data on the transmission of COVID-19, particularly the Delta and Omicron variants. And it seems that there is a very similar transmission rate now between the vaccinated and non-vaccinated folks. In fact, I do some part-time work for a retail company down in Salem, where about 95% of the people, probably even higher than that, are vaccinated in the facility. And recently somebody, this is back in November, was out because they found out they tested positive for COVID. Everybody there, with only one exception, whether they were vaccinated or not vaccinated, came down with COVID. The only person that did have COVID initially in 2020, and he did not get the virus. How was the outcome for people? It was all over the place, but there were many that weren't vaccinated that actually recovered quicker than those that were. So there didn't seem to be an appreciable difference. One will never know. But anyway, I only mention that because we do have data now, and we do, there are, options that schools can use with 6-foot spacing. This legislation doesn't prohibit them from putting up shields or barriers. Again, there's times that you are taking a remote class. You're enrolled, but you're not necessarily in a classroom closer than 6 feet to other students. One of my concerns with the way things are done currently is that I believe that by requiring particularly a vaccine, I'll use the word passport, to enroll and attend, is you're singling out and you're creating a class. You're dividing people. It doesn't take into consideration what the admissions people usually look at, the student's qualification, background, and so forth. It simply says it doesn't matter. None of that matters. If you're not vaccinated, you can't enroll. So that's concerning. I believe it's discriminatory. And also, there are students who are elected to go to other universities in other states where they don't do this. And they leave it up to individual choice, which at the end of the day, I believe it should be. And so there's an potential economic loss there as well from students that we end up losing that may be very qualified. The other an important issue here is that the vaccine, how much have we seen on the various vaccines and their effectiveness that was, I'll use the word promised, it ended up not being the case. So there's a lot we still don't know, and the so-called experts have changed their mind and opinions on much of this. And at the end of the day, it's still a very new vaccine that we don't know the long-term effects on. And more, I'm reading information from U.S. Army that keeps data. They're seeing now in vaccinated people, there was a couple of whistleblowers came forward, an increased rate in cancers and other afflictions. Now, it's too early to tell, exactly what there, but that's the point. I would never fault, and I don't think we should discriminate against somebody who is concerned about their health and about any long-term effect they may have from the vaccination and or potential fertility issues. And for all those reasons, I believe that this should be an individual choice. Universities and colleges are certainly free to use other means to enforce social distancing if they believe that makes a difference. When it comes to masks, we've seen, again, at the retail establishment, everybody's wearing a mask all the time in there. And again, it spread. So some of these things that maybe make us feel good, and again, I don't, let me back up and say, it's an individual choice, and I respect any choice somebody makes. But again, I believe at the end of the day, it should be the individual's choice, not a college or university, not the state government. I believe it should be up to the individual, and we could, particularly with what we know now, I think we can do that in a way that does not really change the final outcome. Many states have elected to go different ways during the pandemic. At the end of the day, if you look at data, it comes down to pretty much we're all kind of in the same spot. Between the beginning and now, some places have suffered more economically, and there's been plenty of increase of, particularly in the student population, of people that are suffering from depression, and suicide rates have gone up. So that's a byproduct of all of this. So anyway, to kind of wrap up my testimony here, particularly where this targets higher education institutions that take state money, I believe if they're taking state money, they should be very careful that they don't create classes and discriminate against people that elect not to take the vaccine. I thank you for listening today. I hope you consider a not to pass motion on House Bill 1233. This concludes my testimony, and I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if you could succinctly, in a sentence or two, just say what your intent for having this bill is.
As succinctly as I can, the intent, which I did speak to, is to ensure that students, every student, irregardless of the vaccine status, has the right to attend a state-funded institution, and it's that simple.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. Thank you. Representative, thank you for taking my question. I just want to get clarity on a statement I thought I heard you say. I thought I heard you say a moment ago that the masks and the vaccinations, this bill, has been part and parcel, basically, of increasing the suicide rate. And you were talking after your Army stats. And everything I've read about the increased suicide rates has not been a reflection of masking or vaccinations, but rather the isolation and loneliness of remote learning. So I was wondering where you got your information that said masks and or vaccinations increase suicide rates.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And what I was referring to is it was a general statement that through the pandemic, this has been an issue. And there's a number of triggers. I mean, everything from people losing their businesses to people that, have their choices denied. Somebody that wants to go to a New Hampshire university that can't now because they feel very strongly that they don't want to take what they feel is the risk to what long-term effects may be out there. You know, we take a look, I'm not one that watches TV, but anytime you see a pharmaceutical company advertising various cures that they have, they go on and on and on about all the side effects that they have. That's without exception. But you don't hear about any side effects with this, and I hope and pray that there won't be any significant ones. But where it's such a new vaccine, I respect and understand why some people might not want to partake. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So a follow-up then, it's your general statement of the suicide rate based on max and VAS, but it had nothing to do with statistical facts or metrics, as he said.
Thanks for the follow-up. Again, I'm not suggesting that it's necessarily because of wearing a vaccine, wearing a mask or not, or whether they've taken the vaccination or not. Cumulatively, with what we've done, and this is part of what we've done, adds to that depression.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person we'd like to call forward is Tom Cronin from University System, New Hampshire.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tom Cronin, Director of Government Relations for the University System of New Hampshire. Thank you for having us here this morning. We are opposed to House Bill 1233. Maybe I'll just start quickly with a clarification. No institution at the University System of New Hampshire requires the COVID-19 vaccination for enrollment. I think the community college system would say the same, but I'll let Ms. Reed speak to that in a moment. We focused our testimony largely on the mask portion of the legislation, as that is something that is currently in our toolbox to try and prevent the spread of COVID-19 on our campuses. Throughout the pandemic, we've adjusted our campus guidance around masking, gathering, distancing, and other guidance really based on three, I think, important pieces. One, public health guidance from the state and from the CDC, community transmission rates that we track and report on regularly, and then the unique characteristics of a busy residential group of college campuses. The flexibility to adapt based on those conditions have largely helped us to keep our case counts on our campuses well below our regional averages. And I think most importantly to us, and really to our students and their families, is they've helped us to keep our campuses open. We think it's important that we retain our flexibility to continue to adjust these requirements based on local conditions and based on ever-evolving guidance. That is how we sort of make our decisions around what we ask our students, our faculty, and our staff to do to try and keep each other and our communities, and our host communities for that matter, safe as we're continuing to understand this virus and try and all get through it together. I think that more or less summarizes what I'd like to share, but of course I'd be happy to take questions from all of you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Lakers.
I was just wondering if you were aware how some of your students felt. I know a number of them came to me after they had paid their admittance fees and had been told prior to that no masks, and then by the next day suddenly there were masks, and quite a few of your students came and said, "You've got to do something." They lied.
So I think broadly, and I did check this prior to this conversation today to make sure I was right, broadly our students are supportive of the requirements. They appreciate that it is a community requirement that folks are wearing masks and trying to slow the spread. I appreciate those students who, if you recall where we were in terms of transmission and this virus, back when students were paying initial deposits to start last fall, right? We were in the summer of 2021 when community spread was significantly lower. I don't know if we had started even hearing of Delta yet. We certainly hadn't heard of Omicron yet. We were in a very different place. And that, I think, is the crux of our testimony, is the ongoing flexibility to continue to evolve how we react and attempt to slow this virus on our residential campuses.
Thank you.
Representative Moffat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cronin, for being here. What are the potential consequences to a student who defies a mask requirement?
Thanks, Representative. We, for both students and employees, have different disciplinary processes for any violations of agreed upon rules and requirements, right? So students follow what is called the student rules, rights, and responsibilities. If there's violations of that, they can go through a conduct process that attempts to understand exactly what happened, why it happened. Again, check to this before kind of anticipating that question. We have had no students have any serious disciplinary issues related to masking.
Thank you.
I have one question then, Representative Cordell. Are there any exceptions to wearing masks, like during athletic events, et cetera?
Yes, is the short answer. I would need to, I want to drill down exactly on where you were asking. But right, if you watch our athletic events, you don't see students wearing masks while they're playing.
Does that also apply to those that are observing?
No. So in, for example, the Whittemore Center, you are required to wear masks.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cronin. I've had several conversations with a lady I know whose daughter attends UNH, but has been forced out of the nursing program because of vaccination requirements in working, doing clinical work, and naturally is very upset about that. What maybe is the policy, or what happens with a nursing student who is unvaccinated?
Thank you, Representative. So I'll say a couple things. I do know there was at least another piece of legislation, I forget if it was in HHS or labor, that specifically tried to speak to that clinical piece. Broadly, for us as universities, we partner with clinical sites in an effort to ensure that our students in nursing and other health professions have the opportunity to gain the real-world experience they need to pass their license exams and become employed in the state. In so doing, we follow the rules that those clinical sites set for their employees. So in that case, I am going to assume that the site that the student was placed at had a vaccination requirement for their employees. As such, our student, in order to be placed there, has to follow those same rules.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. Do you have exemptions, such as medical exemptions, for that requirement? Or if they have had COVID and have natural antibodies, which I think is part of the cause of concern.
So again, that is not a policy that we have. It is a policy that the clinical site has. So I would ask the clinical site, do you have an exemption for medical for pre-existing exposure?
One last follow-up.
One last. Do you have clinical facilities that do not have vaccination requirements or allow for medical exemptions?
I would need to double check. Again, I think that's a little bit of a better question for those facilities. But what I will say is we are challenged with the number of clinical sites that are available to our students. This is a long-running challenge in terms of our ability to put more healthcare professionals into a bottleneck in terms of where they can go and get this required clinical experience. So the number of sites are limited, the number of placements are limited. So I can't speak to exactly what the various requirements for all of them. You mentioned nursing, but there are similar rules in other allied health professions where the rules may be different. So I can't speak exactly. I'm happy to do a quick follow-up and see what I can get back to you on that. But obviously, as I think you know, those requirements are becoming more and more broad-based in healthcare.
I have one question. Representative Mullen, go ahead first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cronin, for taking my question. Representative Trojan made reference to college students leaving New Hampshire as a result of vaccine or mask requirements. Do you at the university have any sense of admission numbers or transfer numbers and how they would relate to the vaccine or the masks?
We don't. So two pieces of that question. Again, we do not have a vaccination requirement, so there can be no, to my knowledge, a reason why somebody would leave because of vaccine requirement. We can say, however, that if you look at our peers around the country and in New England, there are a number of schools that do have vaccination requirements. And we did hear early on from parents that they are concerned about sending their children to a school that doesn't have a stronger push towards a vaccine. So it's unclear if we didn't enroll students who chose instead to go somewhere else. But again, we do not have a vaccine requirement, so I can't see why students would leave because of a vaccine requirement. And then again, broadly, understanding there are cases of individuals who would rather not be wearing a mask. I think we'd all rather not be wearing a mask, but we'd all rather not have a contagious airborne virus that we're dealing with also. Broadly, I think we have very good compliance amongst our students on masking requirements.
And I'll just ask mine very quickly, and I think you can give me a quick answer on that. The vaccines that students have, I've heard the percentages for Keene, PSU, UNH. They're quite high, at least, as in percentage-wise, several months ago. Do you have any of that information available now of what you have as students that have been vaccinated?
Yeah, we are in the high 80% amongst students. It's actually probably higher if you take everybody together. Yes, so we have a very highly vaccinated population of students, employees, and faculty, voluntarily.
Does that include those campuses which were in the lower percentage, like Keene at that time?
Yes, everybody has continued to trend upwards, and I'm happy to get exact numbers for each of the campuses and get those over to you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The next person up is Sally Stodd.
Good morning. My name is Sally Stoddy. I live in Dover, New Hampshire. I'm commenting as a self-interested citizen on this because I think what we're seeing are more and more government type regulations on everything in life related to anything they can blame the virus on. So I am in support of this bill, and I'm very interested to see the science. And I worked in medical research for 40 years in infectious disease, transplant, other disease areas. I'm interested to see the data that show the effect of masks slowing the spread. An example used by one infectious disease person who I'm familiar with said using a mask to eliminate passage of a virus is like using a chain link fence to keep the mosquitoes out. The pore size in a mask, even the N95s, which are coming from China, by the way, most of them, they're not stopping passage of a virus. And certainly not all the rest of the masks that everyone is wearing, even if you're double masked. So slowing the spread is an issue that people keep using the words of, but yet they're not showing the science that would illustrate that. If we have 80% or more of college kids vaccinated now, we were told initially that vaccination stops the spread and the infection. I mean, the true definition of vaccination is preventing infection and preventing transmission. And interestingly now, the CDC has tried to change the definition of vaccination to prevent serious infection, something to that effect. They're changing the definition of what vaccine actually means. So there's a clear government desire to change how we think about things like this, and for us to adopt whatever they say. If we're talking about safety, the adverse event reporting with these vaccines and the whole process is so underreported. It's seriously dangerous, and for these young people, these young adults, they are in the highest bracket to see the adverse events. So to see that we're in the high 80% in the vaccinations of all the UNH type campuses is quite concerning, and I wonder who is pursuing reporting of adverse events with those students. But back to the masks, they really don't do anything that has been clearly documented relative to viral transmission.
that's the point I think is most important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Waltz.
Thank you very much. So you have made a lot of assertions here, and you have not given us any of the scientific information based on this. And I'm wondering if you have any studies to support your assertions that masks are not helpful, that adverse events are high, particularly among young people. And I just, you know, you can say anything you want. We get an enormous amount of email and information every day that includes a lot of scientific studies that actually contradict what you're saying. And I'm wondering if you have the scientific studies on the other side to prove what you're saying.
I can certainly forward them to people. I certainly didn't come, ready to share them with anybody here today, but I can certainly send them to whomever would be the point person.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
You also referenced that the CDC is changing some of its recommendations and observations along the way. Would you agree that as more scientific information becomes available, it's appropriate to update your recommendations and information based on the additional information that's coming out as this pandemic progresses?
Well, I'm not saying that recommendations cannot be fluid based on how the pandemic has gone. But when you redefine the word vaccine and vaccination that has been in place for 75 years just to fit a current situation, that's not scientific. So if there's a point person that I can forward the links to, I will be most happy to do so.
Yes, you can, on the web, we have a site where you can email directly to all committee members or to any individual on the committee. And we also have a committee researcher that we can, after this hearing, we can give you that email address as well.
I would appreciate that
Thank you.
because I can supply those.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next individual is Shannon Reed, Community College System, New Hampshire.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the
Good morning.
committee. My name is Shannon Reed. I am Director of Government Affairs for the Community College System of New Hampshire. I'm here this morning to speak in opposition to House Bill 1233. This bill would remove the ability of our institutions to manage campus environments in ways that support on-site learning. While the community college system does not have a COVID-19 vaccination requirement, we do consider the ability to require masks in certain circumstances to be an important tool to keep our campuses open for in-person learning. We are therefore opposed to a statutory prohibition on our college's ability to require masks or facial coverings. Community colleges are known for hands-on learning, ranging from programs like nursing, respiratory therapy, radiation therapy, dental assisting, to firefighting, welding, diesel technology, HVAC, and many more. Focused on-site, in-person classroom and lab work is critical and indispensable to these and many other programs that we offer. In March of 2020, our colleges shifted almost entirely to remote learning, as did most of the colleges and universities in the country. In the summer of 2020, we began bringing students back to on-site instruction, beginning with our lab courses. In bringing students back, we implemented several strategies to mitigate the potential spread of COVID. These included reconfiguring classrooms and lab spaces, installing plexiglass dividers, adjusting scheduling, improving ventilation, reducing class sizes, and in certain circumstances, requiring masks. We have adjusted our approach as local circumstances have evolved, following community transmission rates and being responsive to other specific situations on our campuses. I'd like you all to picture a nursing lab. You have a room that's set up like a hospital wing might be with beds. You have students working together with an instructor clustered around a mannequin, which is a technologically enabled kind of model of a human body that can be, you can implement simulations for certain conditions that the students are then obligated to kind of figure out and solve together. This is not a situation where you can really socially distance from one another or from your instructor. Sure, there are classrooms where we might be able to, like a room like this, it's a very large room. We are all spaced out, so to speak. It's possible in a room like this in some circumstances,
But in a lot of our hands-on learning environments, that's simply not possible or feasible or realistic or effective from a learning perspective. The use of masks in certain conditions, such as I just described, when people are likely to be in close proximity for sustained periods of time, continues to be the recommendation of public health authorities. And it's a tool that we can employ to keep our colleges open, to keep educating New Hampshire students and keep graduating Granite Staters who will become part of our workforce. I'd like to mention that we train students for the professions that are in high demand, and this is even more important now given the present labor market dynamics. Unprecedented numbers of people are opting out of the workforce, whether they're displaced, stopping out while home lives and domestic economies are disrupted, or choosing to be part of the Great Resignation. Our students are enrolled in community college programs because they want to work. They want to complete their training and take their place as nurses, medical assistants, electrical line workers, CDL drivers, firefighters and paramedics, chefs, pipe welders, childcare teachers, and more and more. We can only help them do that if we have the tools to keep their learning environments open and accessible to them, and to the faculty whose role is critical to preparing the next wave of our state's workforce. We strongly believe that requiring masks in certain circumstances has been a key element in our ability to do that. Just last month, we graduated a class of 40 new LPNs from River Valley Community College. These students were able to complete their program of study without significant disruption, and we believe the fact that they were masked while working together in classrooms and labs, as they will in the workplace, was an important part of our ability to help them complete the program. These 40 LPNs and all the newer cohorts of students who are going through the program now are desperately needed in today's assisted living facilities, hospitals, and other environments, as you're no doubt hearing from your constituents in your districts across the state. We do not believe that masking is too high a burden to protect the education of students like these new nurses. When I was preparing testimony, I reached out to our college leadership to ask if they had heard a lot of complaints from students about the masking requirement. And the answer was very resoundingly no. In fact, they had more complaints before we were requiring masks in these indoor circumstances. Because people were concerned about their safety, they were concerned about their ability to continue to come to campus for that on-site instruction. I have a few letters that I'll submit from students at our colleges. I'd like to just read a couple excerpts for you. One is from a respiratory care student at River Valley Community College. He says, the high quality of the programs in New Hampshire's community college network will not only equip me with the skill set needed to care for the state's sickest patients, but afford me the financial stability to support my family. It's of the highest importance to me that its higher education system promotes a safe learning environment and keeps students attending in-person classes. He also notes a high percentage of healthcare workers who have experienced burnout. And he says, if I am to successfully join the ranks to support New Hampshire's healthcare workforce, it's important that policies protect both the professional and the patient setting, starting not in the ICU, but in the classroom. A letter from a nursing student at NHGI. She says she's lived in the Lakes region her whole life and hopes to work locally once she graduates, providing nursing care to fellow New Hampshire residents. And she says wearing masks is what makes me feel safe going to my classes, labs, and clinical assignments. It is also a standard practice in healthcare and has helped to protect the patients I work with each week in clinical. She said it's essential that we're able to participate in on-site, hands-on learning, and wearing masks is one way to keep students from becoming sick, missing classes, and missing those clinical experiences. The final letter I have is from the Student Government Association at Great Bay Community College saying, this bill would disrupt the precautionary systems we have in place to ensure the safety of our students from the exposure to the COVID illness. We know that layered measures such as immunizations, masks, sufficient ventilation, and other regulations help save lives and guarantee that our students and instructors can remain in in-person educational environments. So I hope you'll listen to the voices of our students in considering the wisdom of this bill. And that concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield?
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for your testimony. I just want to clarify, would this bill prohibit any student from wearing a mask if they deem necessary?
No, this bill would prohibit the colleges from requiring that as a community we are in certain spaces and circumstances all wearing masks.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Next person is Ed Groves.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. Over the course of the last 4 weeks, I haven't been before this committee. I've been to a number of other House bills in regards to, I like to call them freedom, mandates, masks, all of this. It's been 2 years, and it's time to end it all. And there seems to be a common theme. People on our side, we're just individuals. Again, I'm just Ed Groves from Hooksett, New Hampshire. I do have a daughter at Keene State College, which I'll get to that in a second. But at our other hearings, it's just individuals coming here to fight for our freedoms. And the other side seems to be, paid lobbyists, lawyers, hospital administrators, and it seems to be all about the money. They're worried that, all these bills, if we pass them, we're going to lose all this federal funding. And we've got to get beyond that, because it's not going to happen. They're not going to stop our Medicaid money if we pass these bills. It's just not going to happen. States break federal laws all the time, and I'll just say sanctuary cities, they still get their money. Getting back to this bill and all of these bills, I'm here to save the children. We have tortured, and I'm going to use that word torture because I've seen it, our kids for 2 years. Imagine a 3-year-old who's now 5, who's been stuck in a mask. What's going through that kid's head? I've watched my daughter graduated Manchester Central, I think, last year. I don't know if I even got the diploma yet. She spent half her junior year and her senior year on her bed on a computer. And she is now at Keene State College. She got in. She's doing great. Her first semester was a 3.37. She's not vaccinated. She went to that school with a friend of hers from Hooksett who was not vaccinated. 30 days into their first semester, her roommate, she came home crying, I got COVID, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, we'll deal with it. And correct me if I'm wrong. This is directed at you guys. She was taken for 10 days, put in isolation with all the other COVID kids. Meanwhile, my daughter, who's now living alone, couldn't. Because she wasn't vaccinated, she had to go to another dorm of isolation for 10 days, or she had the option of going home. So she called me crying, all alone, in a room in a dorm with no other people. I guess there was one RA there. And she just felt, again, 18 years old, freshman at college, isolated, alone, and just trying to go to school. After 3 days, she called me because I said, why don't you just come home? She chose not to, acclimated to it, said, hey, I got my own bathroom, I get to eat alone, I can study, I got my own TV. Anyway, the point of the story is that she went back to her second semester, and about a week into her second semester, she was visited by a girl named Kathy, who said she was an advocate for the school. And she was a senior, and she was asked, how'd your first semester go? Great, blah, 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 blah. And then towards the end, it got into the COVID discussion, and she asked my daughter why she wasn't vaccinated. And she said, well, that's my choice. My father doesn't want me to be vaccinated, and I don't want to be vaccinated, and that's that. And she said, well, you might as well, and again, correct me if this doesn't sound like something an advocate would do. She said, why don't you might as well get vaccinated, because by the time you graduate, you're going to have to be vaccinated anyway. So I'm not sure why that was said to her. I'm not sure who this Kathy girl was, but these kids have enough to do just getting their studies done and not having to worry about being vaccinated or wearing a mask. And you mentioned about the evidence of whether the masks work or not. There's been doctors at all of these other hearings. I've got the notes, and I can find these. The doctor yesterday in one of the meetings, he, phenomenal. I forget his name, but he went through details about the cloth masks, the N95s, and micron sizes and everything. And if you do the research, the cloth masks really are fairly useless now. So, and we got to move on. I mean, we're the United States of America. There's countries like, well, Denmark, let me get this straight, yesterday, no longer considers COVID-19 socially critical disease. They're moving on, they're opening up their country. And now I don't even want to get, this is not a bill about House Bill 1022, ivermectin, but if you want New Hampshire to get ahead of the game and out of this COVID mess, ivermectin works. I took it for 5 days starting New Year's Day. It was with a number of other drugs, with vitamins and zinc. It's an amazing drug. Please do your research on that. Other countries are getting out of COVID. India, Japan. It works. It's been FDA approved since 1987. They just need to repurpose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative are you willing to take a question? Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in and making the effort. You mentioned that Kathy, the advocate at Keene State, asked your daughter about her vaccination status. How did this advocate, as you put it, how did she know your daughter's vaccination status?
That's what I'd like to know. But they all know it. The kids all know it too. As a matter of fact, the kids are making a mockery of this, okay? If they have 5 or more kids in their dorm, it's a spreader party. If they have 10 or more, it's a super spreader. Then they have the ultra super spreaders. These guys are having fun with this at our expense. I mean, the kids know that the vaccine, well, it doesn't work. Let's face it. It does not work. And I'm driving here this morning listening to an advertisement for Pfizer now has a double shot dose for 6-month-old babies. This is out of control. But no, I don't know how. Kathy, the advocate. I'm actually looking into this. You know how kids are. Dad, stay away, don't get involved, don't, you know. But I'm concerned that an advocate would talk to my freshman daughter about her.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next card is Carla Smith.
Good morning. My name is Carla Smith. I'm a registered nurse. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Nurses Association, and we are in opposition of this bill. I would also like to share with you my personal perspective today. I am a professor of nursing in New Hampshire. I work at a private university, and quite in contrast, we have very strict restrictions on our campus. We do require masking. We require vaccination unless you have an exemption in place. We require weekly testing. The community system and UNH system here in New Hampshire, they just want flexibility. They're not asking to go to this strict, rigid form that I live every day. I had my PCR test done on Monday, so I could be cleared to be safe to be in campus, and therefore I'm safe to be here with you today. Doesn't bother me. I have 129 nursing students in my program right now. We haven't lost a single one, with the most stringent restrictions there could possibly be. I have 2 students that do have exemptions for vaccines. We have worked with them to find them clinical sites and opportunities that still fit within the course objectives, because that's very important. You can't just send a student anywhere to complete these clinical hours. It has to meet their course and their learning objectives. But we've been able to find those exceptions for them. Having a mask mandate or having a vaccine policy has not restricted their learning in any way. And like I said, we haven't lost any students. If anything, our program has only grown because they truly want to be part of this workforce solution, this nursing shortage. They want to get into the field. With all of these restrictions, I have to tell you, I feel the safest on campus than I do anywhere else. I feel safer going to work than I do going to the grocery store, going to the gas station, even being in this building today. It's not a burden. It's only a help. In contrast to some of the comments that have been made by previous speakers today, yes, these systems are funded by public tax dollars, but you know what? What else do we fund with public tax dollars? We fund our military systems. We fund our law enforcement officers. Body armor, bulletproof vests, those are all tools that prevent or help to prevent a devastating injury from a weapon. Would we defund that? May not stop them from becoming hurt, but you know what? It's going to prevent them from having that mortality. And that's what masks do. That's what vaccines do. No one's saying that they can 100% stop the spread of COVID, but they certainly minimize that risk. I think that's something that's important to consider. If you can minimize risk, why are we taking that option away from these college students? I think that's very important to know. Lastly, I wanted to share some financial perspective that I think is worth considering.
I got my research from Becker's Hospital Review. It's considered a gold standard in the medical industry. They broke down the cost of a COVID hospitalization case by each state. This research was published in December. In the state of New Hampshire, a complex COVID hospitalization, that means the person's admitted to the hospital, has received ICU treatment, and is intubated, $256,000. The average cost for a non-complex case, meaning they were admitted to the hospital, maybe on a general floor, needed some respiratory support, some oxygen, but did not require ICU or did not require intubation, $62,000. $62,000, that's more than the average teacher makes in New Hampshire. $256,000, I could go buy a house. If we can minimize these costs, and that's what vaccinations do, that's what masks do, they decrease the risk. As for these super spreader parties, would you have your children play Russian roulette? Just because they can get together? It's really a gamble. I think it's very important that we allow these universities to have the flexibility to institute these mask policies or a vaccination policy if they feel it's fit to safeguard their community and to have the best health outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you. Yeah. Representative Lakers.
I'm just curious as to how much you've seen of COVID on your campus.
We have seen it, but I have to say it's been very little. The last time I looked up, our positivity rate was less than 3%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Kathleen Sintabi.
Kathleen Sintabi, Dover, New Hampshire, and I'm speaking in support of this bill. Our students, when they go away to college, are able to drive, handle their finances, do research of all types. So they are asked to make adult decisions day in and day out. Whether or not to wear a face mask is an adult decision that certainly this age group should be able to do based upon the research that is available at that point in time. Also, based upon what I have read, this age group is the most healthy age group of all and the least likely to have bad effects from contracting COVID. What we do then is we will draw their blood and use it to create the antibody plasma that we give to people who are older or have very adverse effects to help get them over the hump of their illness. The only, according to what I have read, the only face mask that actually works for the teeny tiny particles that are the virus is an N95 that is properly fitted. I don't know if anyone in this room has an N95 mask on, but I do. It is my understanding that they are difficult to come across. And from what I've read, cloth masks really do not do a lot of good. That they may help you for a few minutes if somebody is close by, but in between the fibers, those little tiny particles of illness will go right through the fabric. The CDC, yes, they do get more and more information, but they are also not all that good in getting the information out in an understandable way to the public. And what has happened is a loss of trust in what they are putting out there. My concern are students who are on the autistic spectrum, students who are deaf, students who have 504 or IEP plans who are in the university, who may need to read lips, or who may not be able to have a face covering on, but yet we are requiring it. So what are we doing? I have not heard accommodations that are being made for this type of student who would like to attend the university or college. Vaccines they are a choice that people should make regarding their own health. From what I've read, the vaccines do not work against the Omicron variant, which is a far weaker variant than previous strains, and that it is not as deadly or as lethal for many people. And I have friends right now who have this, who have been triple vaccinated, who do wear masks, but they still, I have 2 friends that I get emails from this morning who have this. So it's telling me that you're asking people or requiring people to put a vaccine in their body that they don't know what the long-term effects are, and yet it is not working universally like it was put out to do originally. So we have a lot of unknown effects for the vaccine, but I'm just wondering why the government is saying we have to wait 55 years to read the data from Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson. Why is that being withheld from the public if there are no ill effects to this? So I am hoping that you will strongly consider giving back freedom to our young adults so that they will further learn their rights and responsibilities in the great state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Heath Howard?
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Heath Howard. I'm a resident of Stratford, a lifelong resident of New Hampshire, and currently a junior at the University of New Hampshire. I am quite appalled by the bill that has been proposed before us, and I feel strongly that it undermines the health and safety initiatives that the university system has put in place to protect our students. I know personally that some of the infrastructure at the University of New Hampshire allows for more cramped classrooms than would be preferred, allowing for the prevention of social distancing, meaning that masks are really the front line of protection amongst students. Personally, I know some of my friends who have hearing disabilities who are all for the mask mandate that is currently in place. They do not struggle, they have hearing aids, and if necessary, there are SAS opportunities for students to get translators. I did want to address one thing, one of the questions from one of the representatives about how students have been leaving the state. I know that before COVID even hit, around 60% of our high school graduates were leaving the state to attend out-of-state universities for those who were going on to pursue higher education. And that's mostly due to the highest in-state tuition in the nation that we currently have, and not because of COVID mandates. Alongside that, it's also important that we actually have protection amongst students, and I feel strongly that you should vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming up today.
Thank you.
Jenny Wilson?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Jenny Wilson, and I am a resident of Barrington, New Hampshire. And I am here to speak in support of this bill. And I'm going to make this very short and sweet, like me. Anyways, the reason I decided to speak is because I want to share with you my own personal experience. This is not anecdotal. I didn't hear this from my neighbor or anybody else. But my husband has had the 2 shots. And just recently he got a phone call saying from his musical group, one of them came down with COVID. And he said, you need to test yourself. Well, my husband was having the symptoms, and he tested himself, and he tested positive. And he looked at me and he said, you better test yourself because I have not been vaccinated and I have not received any of the vaccinations. So I said, okay. He went to the store and got 4 of the rapid tests. He tested himself twice, and both times he was positive. I tested and I was negative. This is my own personal experience. We don't wear masks in the house. We live together. We're married to each other. We don't keep 6 feet of distance. And I hear all this information about this virus being so deadly and so contagious that you have to stay away. You have to wear a mask. You have to wear 2 masks. This is just my personal experience. And I want to tell you, I'm not a spring chicken. I am just 1 year away from being 70. So, I'm not like 25 years old that can, leap tall buildings in a single bound. So, just sharing this information with you, and you can do with it what you like. But I think that masks don't do anything, and vaccinations are pretty risky, in my opinion. That's why I haven't gotten mine. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? 70's not a spring chicken. Very much a spring chicken. Wait till you get about 6 or 7 on top of that. Then it changes.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
We have another card here we have 2 more cards. We have a card from Sean Locke, who is from the New Hampshire Department of Justice. Is it DOJ? And he's here for informational purposes. So welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, Chair Ladd and members of the Education Committee. My name is Sean Locke. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I direct the Attorney General's Civil Rights Unit. I'm here on behalf of the Attorney General to provide informational testimony. So to be clear, the AG does not take a position on the underlying policy, but asks, particularly if the committee is considering an ought-to-pass recommendation, that the committee bear in mind the need for schools of all types to protect and accommodate the needs of students with disabilities. As the committee may be aware, states including Iowa, Florida, Texas, Virginia, and recently Virginia have passed laws or issued orders prohibiting mask requirements or leaving mask wearing to the sole discretion of either students or the parents of students. These laws have been challenged by parents, disability rights advocates, and the federal government. As recently as last week, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals found that schools need to consider whether or not other students, their expectation to wear masks to protect and accommodate their peers with disabilities. The ask comes because the legislation as currently drafted may cause confusion for schools in determining how to follow this law while also protecting students with disabilities as they need to under other state law, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Rehabilitation Act. And happy to take questions. It's also a theme you will probably hear multiple times from me over the coming weeks as there are other mask legislation before the committee.
Thank you. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Attorney Locke, for joining us this morning. Would a compromised immune system be considered a disability?
It could be and so one thing I will say about the accommodation process, it's a fact-intensive process, so I'll do my best to kind of answer hypotheticals, but I can't necessarily speak in absolutes. But yes, there are circumstances where that could be a disability.
Thank you. And a follow-up?
Yes.
Would all state regulations or state laws be an infringement on civil rights? And if you could give us an example of maybe one that is.
Not necessarily. So in general, the way, particularly the Americans with Disabilities Act, but also state law, I mean, the accommodation process would be the ability to, so a person with a disability could say, I need an exemption or I need an adjustment to a particular policy practice as a result of my disability. And so then, depending on the circumstances, there could be an engagement with whoever has imposed the requirement, whether it's an employer, whether it's a school, to determine what an appropriate accommodation may be under the circumstances. And so certainly, under this law, that could be something that happens. The concern is more the confusion that it could create, where you have a law that says you can't require masks, but then you have laws that say, well, you need to accommodate students with disabilities, and kind of making sure that it's clear that, both things can occur at the same time.
One follow-up on that. And are you aware if those accommodations, as you've discussed here, are in fact not being integrated in with the requirements that the university system and the community college system have in place today?
I certainly haven't received complaints with respect to the university system or the community college system with respect in our office, and I would have to kind of defer to other agencies about whether or not they've received similar complaints. But where they're expecting masks, I haven't received complaints that masks are infringing on anybody's rights as people with disabilities.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question that's been percolating in my mind as I've been listening. So right now, we're hearing a lot about the COVID vaccine and masks and that maybe not being effective for transmission of COVID. But if in the future another illness were to happen where we knew for sure that the vaccine would prevent it, and we knew for sure that wearing a mask would prevent transmission, would having this language in place prevent the universities and colleges from implementing or requiring those?
So
you follow where I'm going?
Yes, no, I
I'm
do.
looking to the future, and right now we're here, but 10 years from now, what's going to happen if this is in place?
Right, and so my read of the legislation would be, at least with respect to the vaccine requirement, is explicitly to the COVID-19 vaccine. So if there was a future disease where a vaccine worked, this law may not apply, but I'm fairly certain, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it says COVID-related vaccines. But for mask requirements, that seems absolute. It's not just limited to preventing transmission of COVID. So it could be a concern that arises in if there was a future disease.
Thank you. I have a question. I could take it to John Formella maybe, but I'll deal with you. The issue of eliminating state funds if masks are required. We know that in certain situations, we've heard that word, circumstances, that they're required. Is there potential for suits to come back against the state for loss of scholarship money that's paid through state revenues which go to either the community college system or the university system in New Hampshire, or other like situations where we are now discriminating against a person that maybe doesn't have the wherewithal to attend?
So let me make sure I understand your question correctly before I answer. So you're kind of describing a situation where state funds are used to pay a scholarship to a particular student, and they're choosing to go to the university system.
That was just one example of possibly how state monies could be used.
Right.
So and would this if a system or institution within either system decide we are going to continue this mandate, and if this bill were to pass, would we then have that type of condition occur, where there be litigation brought against the state?
I don't. I mean, the issue would have to, one, I highly doubt the university system or the community college system would refuse all the state funding that they receive if the law were to pass. But I won't speak for them. But if you had a student, so they want to use their scholarship at a state university that's requiring a mask requirement with this law in effect. So the law itself would prohibit. I apologize, I'm thinking aloud as I'm saying this. The law would prohibit state funds from going to the university. And so the question would be basically, would that scholarship have to, I guess it's two parts. One, would that scholarship have to be rescinded as a result of that choice? And two, what remedy the student would have if that scholarship were rescinded?
That's correct.
So in terms of the first question, I'm not sure I'd have to really think more about that particular question to answer it correctly, or to give you kind of a more complete answer. And just because the issue is kind of the student's choice and where they want to use that scholarship.
that they may be able to use it in a different state, if the program allows them to use it in a different state, or if it's exclusive to New Hampshire. It really comes down to that student's choice, and kind of like this indirect funding, a use of state funds into the university system.
Well, I'm talking about the money which goes, in our operational budget, goes directly to University System New Hampshire.
Right.
Then the University of New Hampshire decides, well, we're going to use some of that to offset the cost for a student that is coming from an economic situation where they cannot pay full freight.
Okay, so I see it. So you're saying, basically, if the money isn't going to the university system to pay for these scholarships, would the students have?
It'd be state money
Right.
flowing to the system. And the system, uses money in a whole lot of different ways. This is just one example how they may use it. And I'm just looking at, are there any possible results which we could end up in litigation as a result of following through this?
I would assume, I can't, it's a possibility, but I can't think of a concrete example off the top of my head. I mean, there's certainly always the risk for litigation when someone is denied
I got
funding. Whether or not that is kind of successful litigation is something I would have to think more carefully about before
Thank
I
you
can
very
give an
much.
answer.
Are there further questions? Representative Lakes.
Yes. What about the issue of competing disabilities? If somebody really needed to be able to see somebody's facial expressions, mouth, etc., for understanding, etc., would they be able to have their class be maskless if it was a mask mandate?
So considering that particular question, I remember I think you had mentioned it earlier, or someone had mentioned kind of the seeing the face. They do make masks that have kind of the clear panel across the person's mouth so you can continue to read lips. My understanding is certain law enforcement agencies may use this when they're interacting with members of the public to enable that. There is an opportunity there to kind of basically serve both needs.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
And our
you.
last speaker is Mary Sawwick.
Good morning. I wasn't expected to speak today, but since I heard everybody else's testimony, I feel like I have something to say. I'm a retired recreation therapist. I worked at Concord Hospital here, the state hospital. I worked at the state prison. I've been a state worker. I'm a wellness professional as a recreation therapist. And as retired, I went into another kind of field, more into the fitness and wellness, and I worked at the Wellness Center in Peterborough. I'm currently at Hampshire Hills. I'm not wearing a mask today because I very early on read the research and decided I was not going to do the vaccine. I used a mask when I was working, but when 2 years ago in March, when I was working at the Wellness Center, they turned us over to close the Wellness Center, and we were told to wear masks and then now be frontline. And so for 5 months I worked frontline doing check-in for the temperatures. I still didn't get sick. I'm a big advocate of health and wellness and exercise and vitamins. And I wanted to say a little bit about some of my experiences. I was doing a PCR because my husband's a diplomat. We're part-time down in the Bahamas. And I had to take a PCR test to fly down to the Bahamas. And I had my mask on, my N95 that I see many people wearing today. It gives you a little bit more oxygen. And I said, I would like to test my oxygen level while I'm sitting here at resting level, because that's something I was doing with all my cardiac patients and in the wellness center. And I knew the levels of what was somebody that was ill and somebody that was normal. And my oxygen level was usually about a 97. I'm an athlete, to 99 when I was working out. And it turned out to be 95, which was the level of my cardiac oldest, most sickest patient. And I was like, whoa. what is happening to us in a society wearing these masks, and what is happening to our young children and young adults wearing these masks. Nobody's researching this, and I just wanted to tell you that this is my experience. I also am involved in Rise Up New Hampshire very minimally. I went to a support group, and there were about 7 or 8 of us. This is before I got COVID, which I did on Thanksgiving. My husband's fully vaccinated because he works for the State Department, and he got Omicron as well as my son, and we were all about at the same level. I took ivermectin that I had a little bit of. We also took chaga tea, and just to have this written down for people to know, and wormwood, which is also a antiviral. There's lots of natural antivirals that are out there, along with all the vitamins that I took, the increased DC, zinc, quercetin. So we were all about the same level. My husband is actually sicker than I was, and he has always been, I've been the one with all the respiratory problems and the allergies and everything, and he was a lot sicker than I was. And so I don't know what that relates to, but it could be because he was vaccinated. So anyways, I wanted to go back to the support group. We were sitting around, and there were 8 of us, and one of them was a college nurse. She's not here today, which I'm surprised. And she was so upset, and it took the whole session to calm her down, because she told us that she had a stack about this high of all the college students that came in from their adverse reactions, their depression, from the vaccine, from all the mandates, and she didn't know what to do. I told her to write it down, but you know, some people just want to, they want to keep their jobs, you know, so they don't want to make waves. And lastly, I wanted to say I am support of this bill. I know that a couple weeks ago I heard on the radio that Dartmouth College was double vaccinated and boosted and were requiring masks, and still 700 students got sick. So that's something to consider. Maybe also consider finding out from some of these college nurses what they're seeing. Not just from me saying this, but actually bringing in some college nurses and seeing what their reactions are to all these effects. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And without seeing any other pink cards here, we're closing this hearing. Okay, 12:34. Go ahead with HB 1332. This is a bill accepting public universities and colleges from requirements under medical freedom in immunizations. So, Representative Shapiro, you're welcome to be here, and we're ready for your testimony. Introduction of the bill. The red, yeah, you hit the button there, and the red light will come on. There you go.
Got it?
It's got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 1332. For the record, I'm Joe Shapiro, representing Cheshire 16, the city of Keene. This bill is a very small but important bill. It does one thing and one thing only. It takes HB 220, the Medical Freedom in Immunizations Act, passed and signed into law last term, and now enshrined in RSA 141C:1, and adds one further exception to those already listed: public institutions of higher learning. When this bill became before my committee last year, Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, the committee and the sponsor had the wisdom and foresight to exempt nursing homes and public hospitals from what was essentially a ban on vaccine requirements. We were told that this was because of the congregate living nature of those institutions. We were told that people were housed in such close proximity that requiring vaccines by employees might be necessary to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. My bill proposes accepting colleges and universities as well. Dormitory living is also congregate living. People share small bedrooms, use the same bathrooms, and congregate in common living spaces and classrooms. This bill will not require COVID-19 vaccinations. It will merely leave it as an option should administrators at colleges and universities, with the consultation of public health professionals, decide that it is the best way to keep their school open with in-person classes while protecting the health of their students. Keene State College, as you know, is a New Hampshire public college. There is no vaccine mandate for students, faculty, or staff. They have done an excellent job at preventing overwhelming spread of COVID. They have regular testing, masking, and they have pioneered the use of wastewater testing to gauge increases in spread to inform their policies. They have a rapid response team that does intensive and timely contact tracing, as we've heard from one of the speakers on the last bill. And students who are unvaccinated must immediately quarantine if they've been exposed. They have stayed open, and students have been able to have a somewhat normal college experience. Also in Cheshire County is Franklin Pierce College, which does have a vaccine mandate. I am not a scientist, nor am I a statistician. I know there are many variables. Still, both colleges have a COVID dashboard, and I took a look. It's just one point in time, but Franklin Pierce had 2.2 active cases per 1,000 students, while Keene State College had 26.6 active cases per 1,000 students. And that was just the last week of January. Once again, this is a small bill that makes a small change. It mandates nothing. Rather, it allows school administrators the option of using vaccine requirements in the future should a more lethal variant of COVID-19 come along, or should there be a new and different deadly communicable illness in the next few years. If you were an administrator, or the parent of a college student, or a college student yourself, wouldn't you want that option? And that is the end of my testimony. I hope that you will consider this bill and recommend it ought to pass, and I'm willing to take questions if there are.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the representative? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Carla Smith. Representative, did you fill out a pink card? We'll need one. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Carla Smith. I'm a registered nurse. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Nurses Association. And we are here, I'm submitting written testimony in support of this bill. Again, agreeing with what was just said, college systems are congregate living. We feel that they belong in the same exemption category as our long-term care facilities in our New Hampshire hospital system. The rest of my comments are similar to what I shared before, so I'll keep it short and sweet for you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. You have written testimony there?
I do. I'm going to send it in.
Thank you very much. Tom Cronin?
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tom Cronin, Director of Government Relations for the University System. Thank you for having us here on House Bill 1332. We are in support of this legislation really for two key reasons. First, as has been mentioned, the proposal recognizes the importance of treating residential college campuses differently on matters of public health than other public facilities. For a little bit of scale, we have approximately 10,000 students who live on our campuses during the academic year, and another 18,000 or so who live off campus, but in close proximity, and then come to campus to learn, socialize with our residential students. Conditions on a residential campus include, as mentioned, congregate living, dining, studying, athletics, events, and other social opportunities. They require special protocols and extra vigilance to protect health and the well-being of campus. Second, as you all well know, RSA 187A grants broad authority to the USNH Board of Trustees to manage the property and affairs of the university system. To our mind, the continued success of USNH and our institution depends in large measure on our BOT having the flexibility to address constantly evolving health and safety conditions. As testified to in the last hearing, we do not have a vaccination mandate at this time. There's no conversation at this time to have a vaccine mandate. I think we can all agree, however, that nobody knows what is next, be it COVID, be it anything else. And a law that is currently in place through 2/20 last year that, to our reading, prohibits our ability to have a mandate on students in the event of some sort of an outbreak on a variant we haven't seen yet is simply preventing the flexibility that we spoke to in the last hearing. So really for us, this bill improves the existing flexibility we have to try and manage the health and safety of our campus, along with all of the other health measures we spoke about in the last hearing. Yeah, so I'll conclude there and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronin. Representative Lakes.
If this law had not been in place, would you have required vaccines?
Thank you for the question. So it's hard to, that's obviously a hypothetical. I can say there were conversations throughout last year as the vaccine came online, it was out in the public. It was clear we are a public institution who has a degree of responsibility to understand how you all as lawmakers feel on these issues. And it was obvious to us from the conversations occurring last year that it wasn't something that the legislature would have been supportive of, so that certainly played into our decision. So again, I can't say for sure if 220 never happened and these conversations never happened exactly where we would be today, but I can say we certainly took that as a suggestion. And we also, I think, had some confidence in our student body, in our faculty and staff, that they would come together voluntarily to try and take steps to protect each other. As a follow-up on a question from the last conversation, we have at UNH and at Plymouth, I believe we're about 80% of our students are vaccinated. Keene, I think they reported about 74%. And again, those are voluntarily reported vaccination numbers. So we ask folks to let us know one way or another. It helps us sort of gauge how things are going on campus. So they could potentially be higher, but that's sort of the number we have. So largely, we did fall back on knowing we could trust our community to try to come together and do this voluntarily.
Thank you.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cronin, for being here again. Exchange students come to New Hampshire from a variety of other countries with different cultures, backgrounds, and medical practices. So if this were to become law, and if a vax mandate came about on our public campuses, would exchange students be exempted depending on their backgrounds, or would exchange students be mandated to get shots?
I'm assuming that they would fall under the same rules as every other student, the same way they currently do. As I think folks are aware, the university system has a series of required vaccinations already, and exchange students have to do those as well.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Are international students subject to vaccination requirements by the United States government to actually come to the United States to participate at a college?
I would want to confirm.
Further questions? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are there any exemptions for specific religious reasons? Thank you.
Yes, we have both religious and medical exemptions for, so we're talking about our existing vaccination requirements. We do have those, and they are easily understood and accessible. And again, maybe just to follow up on Representative Tanner's question, again, we have required vaccinations on campus. A student coming from anywhere to live on campus would need to either meet those requirements or take advantage of existing religious or medical exemptions. So I can't say for sure exactly what the nation on a whole provides, but to come study on our campuses.
If legislation such as this were to pass or not pass, how is that going to impact the situation we experienced at the end of last year when we had the NASA grant, NOSHA, and how that's all been reversed right now? However, by mandating the vaccination of contractors, we would have lost well over $100 million in grant funding. If we have this in place where, for example, we are now, if we required vaccinations and then you have or didn't require vaccinations, I'll take it, didn't require the vaccination, and we had something potentially come down with loss of grant money, is that potentially an issue that you are considering or looking at?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. So I think a couple points to that. First, the NASA requirement and the federal requirement last year was specific to covered employees. We view the existing medical freedom and immunization law, 141C:1, as applying to students. So other than a small section of students who are also employees, we don't feel as though those were necessarily in conflict. We understand there were some folks that disagreed with that interpretation. And there are, I believe, pieces of legislation moving in other committees that would amend 141C to perhaps more clearly define it as including public employment. In that case, we would be concerned that state law and a federal mandate would conflict. On those bills in particular, we have submitted testimony just to clearly state that the way the federal guidance on that mandate came down was very clear that it was a duly enacted federal requirement and that it superseded any conflicting state or local regulations to the contrary. So we obviously don't want to be in a place where we feel like we're in conflict.
Well, that answers my question. I was worried about the student that's considered the contractor.
Right. So in those cases, they were somewhat few, but we did let students know in that case that if they did continue to want to be an employee of the university, they would need to comply by the same rules as other covered contractors. If, however, they chose to no longer participate in whatever, in a lot of cases, work study they were currently doing, then there'd be no further consequence in that regard.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Cronin. Earlier this morning, we heard from one of your students, Mr. Howard, who spoke in support of current university system practices. And I was wondering, what have you received as far as a truckload of complaints against your current practice for required vaccination? Thank you.
So again, we do not have a current vaccine requirement related to COVID. We do have a series of vaccinations required for other communicable diseases, and certainly we do each year have a student or two who objects, who for some reason does not fit into either the medical or religious exemption, and we try to work with those students to help them understand why we believe they're important, but it's certainly not widespread concern about those, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lakis.
Do you have, I know you said you had medical exemptions for vaccines, which is great. Do you have a medical exemption for masks for people who do have breathing issues and their O2 does drop
Yes,
dramatically?
my understanding is we do have, I think a prior speaker mentioned either the clear face shields or other, so I think we would work, I know we will work with students who, if they have a medical reason that they feel they'd be compromised by wearing a mask for a long period of time, either we work with them to try and provide the opportunity to continue to attend in person, but of course should be careful on the vast majority of our opportunities for education also could be achieved online for students who, for whatever reason, don't feel comfortable going into a classroom and have some medical issue we can't help them to accommodate. But I know we do try to make sure that if they want to be in the classroom, we're going to do what we can to ensure that can happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next person is Kathleen Sintavi.
Kathleen Sintavi, Dover, New Hampshire. I first want to make abundantly clear that college campus is not like a rest home, which was previously stated. I have worked in a rest home with autistic people and so forth. People in a rest home very often have compromised immune systems, have heart ailments or other end-of-life ailments that put them at much higher risk for diseases that we either have now or are coming down the pike in the future that could have dire outcomes. And if we look at the difference in the dire outcome rate for college-age students versus rest home students, there really is no comparison. College-age students are young and healthy, but one of the biggest lessons that I believe they need to learn during their college years is to practice their rights and responsibilities, and to do this by doing research. So if some future illness comes down the pike, certainly, such as we have now, there is a plethora of information that becomes available. And I believe that this bill takes away the right of individual students to learn to use their rights and responsibilities and to make a critical, use their critical thinking to make the best decision for themselves. This is a hypothetical bill that, in my opinion, limits the freedom of health and wellness decisions for an age group who really needs to learn how to do exactly that, to make critical decisions for themselves. So when I look at it and I listen to the fact that 80% of students at UNH are vaccinated by their choice, what's to say that they wouldn't do something like that with a future illness? So I am not in support of this bill because it does limit the rights, responsibilities, and freedoms of our youth who are the future of our state and our country. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I understand your comparison between the nursing home situation and the college campus. Would you agree, however, that the college universities does have congregate housing and therefore has an option to provide reasonable accommodations?
Absolutely. And
Thank you.
as we
That's all.
heard,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Further
Yes.
questions? Not seeing you. Thank you very much. Next individual is Heath Howard.
Thank you for having me again. So I am here to speak in support of this bill. Of course, as you know, growing up, I had gotten my vaccinations to go to elementary school, and just like every other student. And of course, you know, those vaccinations have had to be updated over the course of my life in order to be able to attend the university system here in New Hampshire. And I don't see why a COVID-19 vaccination would be any different. Of course, they have just got an FDA approval. They've been proven to be safe. They've been proven to be effective. And we need to make sure that we can protect the staff, faculty, and students that go through our higher education system. And of course, having that option to allow for the university to institute a vaccine mandate would allow for the highest level of safety that we can provide for our students, faculty, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Howard, for joining us this morning. I don't really expect you to have a detailed answer to this question, but would you expect that in a community such as UNH, where I think you've got close to, what, 16,000 students?
I believe something like that, yes.
Yeah, plus faculty and staff, that among this community population that there may be people with disabilities, including compromised immune systems and other conditions that might place them at higher risk than, say, that may just place them at higher risk.
Yeah, of course. So personally, I've had 2 major back surgeries, one of which was in 2020. Of course, that put me in one of the higher risk groups. Of course, I'm triple vaccinated, and I got the vaccine as soon as I was able to. I know of several other students who have immunocompromised systems who have also gotten the vaccine, and it does make them feel a bit safer. Of course, they're still worried about the possibility of getting COVID, and that's a worry for all of our students that I know.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. And our last pink card, which we have on this bill, is Sally Stein.
Thank you. I keep hearing the word safety thrown around, but safety isn't being defined specifically and scientifically. So that's just a comment that the people who are in favor of these limitations to our freedoms are all voicing the word safety. I'm kind of puzzled about this bill because it appears to be a hypothetical, because it's saying, well, we don't have a vaccine requirement for these state universities, so why is it actually being proposed? If we don't have a vaccine requirement, then why are we kind of preemptively wanting to exempt medical freedoms from immunizations? I'm really puzzled by that. So I have to start there. Also, vaccines are not vaccines. All the old vaccines are DNA vaccines. They were studied and observed for adverse events, for all kinds of connections for decades and decades. And so we don't know that the current vaccine, in quotes, is safe and effective. We know it's not effective in transmission and infection rates. I have a daughter who had a very serious adverse event immediately following the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I reported it as a serious adverse event to the FDA and to the company, which ought to be the pattern for everyone so that the numbers of adverse events is closer to being accurate. I can assure you she will never receive another RNA vaccine, and she is of college age. So if this were put in place and the university all of a sudden decided, well, we are now going to require a vaccine, this person has now had a serious adverse event. Is she going to get a medical exemption? I'm curious on the number of medical and other exemptions that the university system here has actually granted. So I think that question needs to be answered. instead of, well, we'll make some kind of an agreement with a student who can't wear a mask or can't have a vaccine. We'll work something out. I want to know what the numbers are that they have actually granted so far. I am definitely not in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Waltz.
Question, are you aware that Johnson & Johnson is not in our mRNA vaccine?
It's not a DNA vaccine.
Well, it's a traditional vaccine. It's not the new technology. It's a vector vaccine, not an RNA vaccine.
Right, but it is grouped with the other vaccines, and it is so recently developed that there is no long-term safety associated with it.
So my question to you is, if Johnson & Johnson is not an mRNA vaccine, why are you saying your daughter will never receive another one, mRNA? Because it sounds like she never received an mRNA vaccine.
She won't receive any further ones or boosters because of the serious adverse event she had to this. And the type of reaction she had is very commonly associated with the Pfizer and the Moderna. So there is overlap of the adverse event profiles, for sure.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. And our last person to testify on this bill is Mary Sawwick.
Hi, I'm Mary Sawwick. I didn't say before that I'm from Hancock. I oppose this bill because I'm hearing the testimony. I really liked what she just said before about all the adverse effects. And I just want to add one little thing. Please look up Christine Northrup. She was probably one of the most noted gynecologists in the country until COVID hit. And then her popularity went down to nothing. She has been seeing women, young women, after the vaccine, even older women, like menopausal women bleeding, women that are young having all different types of gynecological issues. And I really encourage you to do your research and look that up because our young people. This vaccine, it looks like on the outside, oh, I didn't get an effect today and tomorrow, but you could have this long-term effect that you won't find out until, you want to bear children or anything in the future, and it can possibly cause cancer. You don't know what this vaccine could do. So I've listened to lots of the alternative, the Newsmax, and all the different newses that talk about the effects of this vaccine, and I really encourage you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope, that's okay. We're done. With that, I'm going to close the hearing. And we're going to start the next hearing in about 5 minutes. I want everybody to have a chance to get up and stretch a little bit here. Oh, yeah.
But, you know, it was.
I was going to even ask, how did you find out?
How did I find out?
Yeah.
So I ran for the State House in 2020.
Okay.
I'm fairly active.
Yeah.
So I try to keep up.
Got it.
I'm currently one of the co-presidents of UNH now.
Okay.
I'm planning on it.
You said you were from Stratham?
Stratford.
Oh, Stratford, okay.
So District 3, which I'd be running in proposed District 4 if the mask gets passed.
Yeah, okay. So you're plugged in, that's how you figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But yes, so thank you.
Very handsomely in some cases.
A whole $100 bucks, right? That's the big one.
Swimming against the tide here, Health and Human Services, and all day long we have these bills.
Which one am I posting? Which one am I supporting today? But it's always so compelling to have like an actual, not one of us.
I had to leave the university at 9 o'clock. I had an 8 a.m. class, of course, because of all the students walking around. 45 minutes drive in Durham. Yeah. So I was worried that I was going to be late, which I mean, I was a few minutes. But, yeah.
Are you, what year are you?
I'm a junior. So I've taken a few semesters off because, as I had mentioned, I broke my back in 2016, and I had a titanium cage put in place, and one of the rods broke in 2020. So because of COVID, really struggled to get that surgery, considered elective surgery. Right, yeah.
So as important it is that we keep schools open with whatever it takes and that in-person learning be available. I'm sure it hasn't been the greatest time in the world to go to college.
It's been rough. I know that there's been kind of a number of students who are returning because of COVID. They prefer in-person. Sure. Learning over online classes for a number of people. I mean, I've had my struggles.
Yep.
Anyone, but
I mean, that's what we've heard from you guys. I know in the surveys you've done is that you want to be on campus. And then it's, some of these aren't the greatest things, and we get that, but at the same time, it helps keep numbers where we can keep that going.
When I went to college, I mean, I was interested in learning, but I was also interested in having a social experience. And that was really important, and I'm sure it's altered dramatically.
yeah, it's something where I mean, friend groups are very kind of solidified, where you can't really. It's hard to move and find new people. My girlfriend, she has kind of struggled since her roommate kind of dominated her friend group because they were part of the same friend group, kind of forced her out. So she's been struggling with that quite a bit.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good,
Good,
thank you.
good. So you're junior?
Yes. So kind of, as I had mentioned in my testimony, I have had a back surgery, so I have kind of had a bit of a rough college experience thus far.
Sure.
Kind of taken some semesters off, not taking full course load. But yeah.
Good. Well,
This is a good education.
yeah,
Good, hard
yeah,
education.
yeah. No, and you're doing a great job. This isn't an easy thing, but I think you've had a lot of experience in getting you here, and you're doing a great job. So thanks so much. What are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in history.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much.
I
help
am
sponsoring it.
kind of right now I'm taking 3 courses.
Joe, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm taking history. I have a number of political science courses.
Yep.
I did transfer out of that, so I might minor in that, but
Cool.
I haven't thought about it all that much.
Cool. Cool.
But I am looking to run the State House in 2022. So,
Awesome.
hopefully, we need more young
Yeah.
representation.
What town do you live in?
Stratford. So
Okay.
that's Stratford County 03,
Yeah.
the district. So current representatives Michael Harrington and Welper. And of course, depending on what proposed districts make through, if they end up being instituted before election season, I'd be running in the proposed Stratford 04.
Yeah.
So Stratford Barrington.
So you're looking to primary them or compete against them in the general?
Compete against them as a
Good,
general.
that's what I was hoping.
So, yes.
See, I asked that question without
Of course.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah, so what town do you represent?
So I'm in Hopkins. I'm a Democrat from Hopkins. Actually, I was elected as an independent because of some very strange predecessors
Okay, folks, we need to get moving here on the last one before lunch. This is HB 1637, requiring parents of public school students to submit a survey when electing an education freedom account. So with that, I got to turn to the proper bill here. 16. Okay, Representative Chase, you're here to present the bill? I'm still looking it up. There we go. Yeah, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Welcome.
thank you to the committee for letting me introduce House Bill 1637 today. This bill would require a parent submitting an application under the Education Freedom Account if their child was previously full-time enrolled in a public school to complete and submit a survey issued by the Department of Education. The reason for this survey is in the bill's language, quote, and this is lines, I believe, 5 and 7 of the legislation, 5 through 7, begins, quote, the survey shall be designed by the department for the purpose of ascertaining the reasons for the parent's election to remove the student from this public school system and the parent's perceived benefits of utilizing an education freedom account. The survey shall be returned to the department prior to the acceptance into the FA program and shared with the administration of the local school district from which the student is leaving. The reason I introduced this bill was to help my local school district and other school districts across the state figure out why students would choose to leave public education. A survey will provide school administrators, school boards, and the Department of Education with vital information and data that can help improve public education. It will make public education more responsive to students' needs. If people are obviously leaving, our public school system, they must have some kind of perceived, reasons why they're leaving. They must have a number of grievances, and I think it's important for our local policymakers and state policymakers to really understand, why exactly, and even more specific for different school districts. It's not every school district has the same problems as other school districts, and not every school district has the same benefits as other school districts. If we do not know why parents are upset with a specific school or SAU, it's going to be tough to actually be able to improve, right? I mean, part of the reason for the education freedom accounts was to create some competition amongst, education options. And that was a big reason why myself, I did support the EFA program, and I still support the EFA program, right? Making sure that we have a public school system that is responsive to students' needs. But if school administrators and school board members and teachers don't understand why their students are leaving, then it can be pretty difficult for them to be able to respond to those students' their overall needs. Additionally, the Department of Education school districts should find these very specific trends all the way down to the specific schools, right? Even theoretically to specific, courses or specific curriculum within schools, school districts, or even in different areas of the state. And so I think it's important that we collect this data because more data is going to help us as local and state policymakers improve education, all education, right? It's going to help us improve all education overall. Some of the data that's currently collected right now is mostly by outside third-party groups. I think it's good for public transparency for our state to be directly collecting this data so that we know that the data is clear, transparent, and that there's no kind of outside influence, because you could conceivably see, some groups that might be anti-EFAs trying to collect the data and say, students are leaving for, unrealistic reasons, and some that are very pro-EFA saying students are leaving because public education is terrible. I think we want to get data that's the most transparent, that's the most clear, and that's going to be able to really inform all of us as to, one, why people are using EFAs and what kind of benefits that they're getting from that, and two, why people feel as if their public school systems or their local districts might be failing them. So with that, I'll yield to I'll mention one last thing, and one concern that I saw, which I thought was a very good concern that was brought up by someone from Nashua, was the anonymity of the survey. And I think it would be a smart idea for the committee to update it to make it so the survey is anonymous, so then people aren't scared about sharing honest and earnest feedback. And I think the one way to do that would just be to add before the term survey, anonymous. You just added that word, throughout the legislation, which I think the term survey is mentioned, maybe 3 or 4 times. I think that would be a great way to make sure that, students who are sharing this and parents who are sharing this information don't feel as if that, that they can't be earnest and honest, and that they don't feel as if they go back to the public school system, that there'll be any kind of, perceived retribution. And then we still get the data overall that people might feel as if is necessary to be able to continue improving public education and address students' needs. And with that, I'll yield to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I'm just wondering why you're concerned with just EFA students leaving the school. I think you're familiar with the Governor Wentworth district, and as of October, the enrollment decline was 104 students, but 13 from Wolfboro left for EFAs. You don't care about why the other 81 students left the school?
Oh, of course, and I think if the committee believes that we should expand it to all students leaving the school district, but there's also a question too of those 104. I mean, the vast majority that you're speaking about left because of either well, it was a decline, so it might have been graduation, right? Some of our biggest classes are currently, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but and people may be moving out of district too, right? So there might be a number of other reasons, but I think if someone is leaving the district, I think that's a good point. I think maybe we should expand this past just EFAs.
Follow up.
Thank you. How about if at the end of the year you survey all parents in the school or in the district to see their satisfaction? It could be that they're leaving next year, but this way you'll get a full picture of everyone in the school and their degree of satisfaction with their child's education. Would you support something like that?
I saw that you had a bill in for that, and I 100% support it. I think it's a great idea. I think it's good. I think it's good to get everyone's satisfaction, but I think it's also good to know because you have to, so, and maybe I'm wrong and you can correct me, Mr. Vice Chairman, but we wouldn't be able to collect the data for the students that have already left. It would only be the students that are currently in the school district. I think it's still important to know why someone has made that full jump into the program. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe the committee and other members can set me straight. But I think it's important for us to get as much data as we can. And if between your bill and maybe an amended version of this bill, we could really maximize that data collection.
Go ahead. Thank you. The EFA program, the current law does not require a survey of parents, as does the tax credit scholarship program. But would you believe that I talked to Children's Scholarship Fund and they will voluntarily work with the department and DRA to come up with a survey to send to EFA families?
I would certainly believe that. And working with the department, I think there's some merit in, because we don't know how, I assume this program is going to exist for an eternity, right? It's going to continue to exist as long as we have a public education system. And theoretically, there could be, different kinds of groups that end up in the future, 50 years from now, operating the program. And the program is definitely going to shift and change over the next 50 years. I think it's good for us to have in statutory law some kind of data collection requirement, and for us to be able to collect that and be able to aggregate that and to better understand students' needs. But I definitely think, if for the time being, the scholarship organization working with the Department of Education, if they're willing to do that, I think that's a great thing for all students in our state, for the program itself, and for public education. I think it's a win-win-win.
Further questions? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I noticed when you talked about the survey, and you talked about parents' grievances, why they were upset, and why the school had failed their student. And it sounds like that's the only reason people leave school. And I'm wondering if you have any indication and any assurance to me that this survey will be worded so that it won't set up a situation where all we hear are grievances, upset parents, and failing students.
Well, I wouldn't be able to promise that because the point of the survey is to find out grievances. I think the department, and I trust our Department of Education, would do a fair job of wording a survey in a way that would be trying to get, objective kind of data. But obviously people who are leaving the system are upset. But I think it's important that we find out why they're upset, right? And what exactly their largest kind of current complaints are with the current public education system, and how we can continue to improve public education to address those concerns. Because I think that's, we need to recognize public education is somewhat, and this is someone who is a product of public education, it's gotten fairly stale in some ways. It's not reaching to every child's potential, and that was part of the reason for the EFAs. But if we don't have any kind of data of how to tell our public school systems of how to improve and why students are leaving the public education system, and I think it's going to be more difficult for us to be able to react and to respond to the public's demands.
Yes, you may.
So it's my understanding that a large majority of these students leave the public school and are going to religious schools. And I would think that if a parent wanted their student to have a religious education in a particular religious ideology, that would be a reason for them to leave that should be included, and I hope you would agree with me, should be included on this survey rather than the fact that they have a grievance or that they're upset or that they are, the public school is failing. Thank you.
Well, I'll respond with some statistics that I saw in an article I actually read last night. I believe it was in New Hampshire Journal that mentioned, or maybe it was Josiah Bartlett, their policy research institute, that mentioned that according to EdChoice, a big reason why a number of students in our state are leaving, one of it has to do with COVID protocol, but another, the second biggest reason, has to do with curriculum, right? And feeling as if the students, that they're not being taught to their potential. And so I think that's a big thing. If we have, I believe, right now I'm kind of estimating I'm going based on memory, so please take with a grain of salt. But if we have about 30% of students that are leaving because they feel as if they're, the parents feel as if their students aren't being challenged, right? I think that's a sizable portion of students, and that the public school system is essentially saying, you know what, we have no interest in being able to challenge our brightest students, so we're going to let some of our brightest students and our best performance on standardized tests, and some of our students that are going to be going towards a college degree, we're going to let them leave the public school system because we're not going to address their concerns. I think the public school system should, react and say, you know what, we want to keep these students, and we want to improve education. We want our curriculum to be, top notch in the United States and nationally. And I think data like this is going to help us really, understand that, and even get feedback for if it's science it's lacking, or math, or reading, or writing, etc.
Thank you very much. I've got a question. We all know that folks and parents are always looking for the best fit for their child, be it a charter school, homeschooling, moving with the parent to somewhere else, private schools, religious schools, etc., EFAs. But I, as a parent, decide to take my child and place them in an EFA. Do you think I'm going to give you the reason why if I have other students in that same school coming up in the lower grades and fearful of retribution towards those students while I take this out because I don't believe my child would get an adequate education with teacher X?
Well, I certainly, and that's why I think, it would be wise of the committee to amend it so that it's an anonymous survey. Then you do run into the issue, though, if it's such a small school district and there's only
2 or 1.
Yeah, 2 or 1.
Yeah.
So, and I do recognize that, and I would find it difficult of how to reconcile it. Maybe another amendment would be making it so then the information doesn't just go directly to the administrators, but it just stays with the Department of Education for all students in the state of New Hampshire to be aggregated. But then it becomes more difficult to find out how specific school districts might, have certain failings. So, I mean, this is a I wouldn't say at this point that this bill is ready for prime time. After some of these questions, I'll be honest, and I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. But I also think, though, that it's important that we collect data. I know the vice chairman is going to have a good bill that I hope the committee will, unanimously support for collecting data from these public school students. But I also think it's important to know, though, when the students are leaving the public education system, what the biggest impetus reasons for that are. And I hope that we can find a way in the future to really ascertain that.
Okay, Representative Porter, then Representative Likas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. From sources that I've seen, this year's EFA recipients, the vast majority of them were already homeschooled or in private schools. Do you know what percentage of the EFA students this year are actually leaving their public schools?
I don't have that information. No, I'm
Any-
sorry,
no-
Representative.
No guess toward the number?
I'm not gonna make an educated guess. I just really have no idea.
Thank you.
The department does have that information. Representative Likas, then coming across the way. Representative Likas?
Would you be amenable to this being a voluntary survey so that those parents who do fear retribution will not be held up from joining this?
I think that'd be more than fair. I still think that there's a number of other things though that might need to be worked out, but voluntary, making it anonymous, I think those are good steps in the right direction, certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Are you aware that at this point in time, 87% of the students who are in school in New Hampshire are in public schools?
I was not aware, but if that's a current figure, then I would believe it.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Shea, I appreciate you coming forward with this. I was not able to discern what DOE was actually going to do with the data because it's not outlined, but that's a different than my point. I take exception to your comment as a public school employee for a long time and a teacher, that you made the comment, and I quote, referring to public schools, "We have no interest in challenging our brightest students." That's what you said. And I think that is a total disregard for the public school teachers and administrators, because they challenge their students every single day. And to make that blanket statement, I think it's at least upsetting to me. Thank you.
It'd be nice to have a question. You could have, would you believe?
And would you believe you said that?
I'll have to rewatch the YouTube recording later, but I don't think that might have been entirely my direct quote. But I was more speaking to how people are perceiving it. Now, I think there are people who might have that perception. Whether or not it's true, that's a different story. But if people have that perception, I think it's important for us to address it, or at least to prove that that perception might be misguided, and that public schools and public administrators and teachers are working their hardest to meet the needs of students, every student's need.
We have a couple more cards. Are there any more questions here from the committee for our representative? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt Southerton? You indicate that you're able to provide technical support. Do you have any testimony that you? Just a little bit. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there's a couple issues that I just thought would add to.
Matt, why don't you give the organization?
Oh,
what
I'm
you're-
sorry. Yeah, Matt Southerton from Children's Scholarship Fund. There's a couple issues that I think that the committee would appreciate knowing. We currently collect this data for the education tax credit. That data is available publicly to everyone. Of course, it's non-identifiable data, so you won't be able to look up the student's name and so that they wouldn't be able to retaliate against the students. One issue with this current language is it's actually, as it's written, it's a condition of enrollment that we think could be an issue, because currently students can apply for the EFA and they may or may not accept it, right? So when we share the survey with families, first, it's not conditional of acceptance, right? And then secondly, they can decide that they want to fill it out or not. And so currently, if I looked at the 6/2/21 survey, I found it interesting. 49% of the respondents, they just responded as other, and then they put in individual responses. 43% of them said that they chose the ETC because their student was below grade level. 11.5 because of safety, and a little over 9% because of special needs. So I don't think they're choosing it because, they had an issue with the public school per se. I think that they just wanted options that better fit their student. That was my takeaway. And again, this is all available publicly.
Are there any questions for Matt Southerton? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much for being with us this morning. You may have said it, and maybe I missed it, but in that survey, were those open-ended questions, or were those options that were given?
There were categories, and then there was an open-ended. The other was open-ended, and that was 49%.
49% was
Correct.
other.
So they could, yes, correct.
So of the 49% could be, and this is a question, so Paul, could be family tradition to attend a private school. It could be family tradition to be homeschooled. It could be change of school because of athletic opportunities. Sports program not
Absolutely.
available in my local school, stuff like that.
So I'm looking at one now, financial assistance, family of 6 low income. Sister was already homeschooling, so name omitted, joined in with homeschooling routine. Our family was assigned the public school, did not work for my child. And, it goes on.
Okay, and then final question, is this committee going to find out, and hopefully sooner rather than later, and I'm looking at the commissioner's report, where's the number? I seem to remember it was like 1,650 students approximately.
I think it's
that are
1685.
Yeah, of the 1,685 students, how many students were in a public school during the prior year?
Okay.
A public charter school, I'd call that a public school if you want. The prior year, homeschooled the prior year, or in a private or a non-public school during the prior year, because the commissioner's report indicates that the expectation was that 75% were going to be coming directly from their public school, but at least based on the commissioner's data, it looks that only 3.6% came from their public school. I think this goes to an earlier question. So I think this committee would be very interested.
Yeah, I believe we can pull that data for you.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Matt, for taking my question. If you peruse the other list, do you get a sense that giftedness or lack of challenge or whatever is on that list to any large degree? And I ask that question based on the fact that we've sat here for years talking now about the reasons why a student might leave public school, but this is one of the first times that I've heard giftedness or a lack of challenge or whatever. Thank you.
I think that I would be speculating. I see 268 responses currently, and I don't know if you'd want me to review them all in front of the committee. To
They would
financially
kill
help
me,
me
Matt.
afford to send my child to the school that they love. Siblings changed school. We were not comfortable at their previous school. Let's see. This was 2 years ago when we made the decision to switch to school. Wanted to be able to choose the school that my child would attend. So I think it's really about choice, and a lot of it is a financial need.
Thank you.
Representative Lakes?
Would it be possible to also find out how many of those students who chose EFAs were at some point enrolled in public schools? Because my understanding is the year before was a big exodus based on schools not being open, and that wouldn't show up in these numbers and these questions. And then others, I believe, pulled out prior to that and were just trying to make do, and that's why they were homeschooled, because public school wasn't working. And I don't know if you even have those, but if so, could you find that out?
I believe we do. So when I was looking at the data, approximately half of the students in the program currently have attended a traditional public school before. But I think we can pull those numbers for you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Are there any other questions for Matt? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. And Kathleen, you're up again. Your handwriting changes from one card to the other. You know that? Welcome again.
Okay. Hello, Kathleen Sintabi from Dover, New Hampshire. In reading this bill, the word shall shows up in line 4, 5, and 7. Shall is a very strong word that means that it becomes a requirement. And I do oppose the fact that this would become a requirement. However, data is extremely important, and I can tell you, just speaking about Dover schools during COVID, when it was online, parents were told not to be in the room with their children by the teachers. This is reported to me by numerous parents. They did not want them in the room, but parents stayed in the room. They became extremely unhappy with the CRT that was being taught and the fact that the pace was very much slowed down. And I can tell you on my street there are 7 children. 4 of them now go to private school as a result of that. And I did go through the elementary buildings, and each principal, we have 3, has a decline of about 100 students per building. So that is, when you have 400 students, that is a big decline in children going elsewhere. There's a private Christian academy that is filled up to the gills. The local Catholic school is filled up. They are driving their children down to Portsmouth. So there are a number of things that we need to start examining, I believe, in our public schools. So to me, I think that the idea of an anonymous survey that is given to each and every student, regardless of the reason why they are leaving, should be done even in the middle of the year, whenever it is that a child is leaving, whether it was for moving or for they're going to religious school or private school, homeschooling. We need to know what is going on in our schools. And I can tell you, speaking from Dover's perspective, parents are not welcome in the building, and they want to know what is going on. They had a glimpse into it during COVID, and they were not happy. So we have to be careful when we're doing a survey to make sure that it is not seen as targeting. And a number of parents who spoke with me said, please don't ever reveal who I am because I'm afraid of repercussions for my child. So we have to be very careful and tread cautiously, but I do believe that in some form we need information. Otherwise, how are we going to turn things around?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you, it's,
Okay, I see.
could you remind me again what organization you represent?
Myself. I'm representing myself, not an organization.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Would you mind repeating your experience, though?
Yes, I have over 40 years in teaching. I have a PhD in learning and development. I have taught in middle school, high school, and graduate school.
Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. And that concludes the pink cards that we have for this hearing, so we will close this hearing and break for lunch. Thank you. Lunch goes through to 12:45 when we pick this back up. So it's a shorter lunch today. We got about 35 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I made myself a cup of coffee in the office. I would like to know who to reimburse for the water in the little pod. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're going to get ready and go ahead here for the afternoon's bills, which we have on tap here. We have at 12:45, which a few minutes ago was there. HB 1115 is relative to the record of educational attainment under the Education Freedom Account Program. And I can see we have Representative Cornell already at the bench, ready to testify. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and my committee. House Bill 1115, relative to the record of educational attainment under the Educational Freedom Account Program. The intent of this bill is actually accountability and transparency. It requires students who participate in the Education Freedom Accounts to take the annual statewide assessment. This bill addresses concerns that we heard during the public hearings for this program regarding academic accountability. It makes sure that we follow the basic rules of public funds. Our public and charter school students take the statewide assessment, and because EFA students receive public funds, it's only fair that they're held to the same academic accountability requirements. Bill 1115 does not require any minimum score or performance to continue participating in the program. It's just to help see if students are doing equally as well, better, whatever, in the private or religious schools where they are using their EFA accounts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Lakis.
Yes, many times you have said to us that this one exam is not a good assessment and we really need broader assessments, etc., which is why these 3 different assessments were put in there and you can still see progress. My concern comes, I know that a number of the students in the EFA program are special needs students. And some of these, a portfolio is a much better way of seeing progress than the standardized test. And some of them probably have difficulties with that test.
Thank you for the question. I think the same accommodations would be made for students getting the EFAs in private schools that are made for the students that are taking those tests in the public schools.
Follow-up?
But what about homeschool students? They don't have an IEP or any of that kind of stuff. And the portfolio has to be looked at by a certified teacher or a teacher currently teaching in a non-public school. So they're still getting, they're still getting an assessment done, but that way the parent can choose the assessment that makes the most sense. And for some kids, when my youngest son was homeschooled and I did the statewide assessment because it was cheap, easy, and quick. And I knew how he was doing, and so I assessed him all the time. But I know some of the kids who do have some serious learning disabilities, that would be not the best assessment.
Is that a question? Or,
All students in all public and charter schools take this test. So I think to be equal across the board, measuring achievement, all students should take the same test. A public school student can't say, I'm going to submit a portfolio instead of taking this test.
Thank you.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Cornell. Is there anything in your bill that would prevent a student from also keeping a portfolio to demonstrate their performance or competencies?
No, that's nothing like that in the bill at all.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Is this a way to make the looking at schools and how effective they are apples to apples, so that you have like assessments? Is that what the intent is?
Yes, that is the intent.
Yes, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And as you may know, I'm sympathetic to assessments. I really think there's a place for them, so I'm really intrigued by this. My question is, homeschoolers, the EFAs can go to homeschoolers, so would this measure apply to homeschoolers?
You know, I'd have to think about that because right now homeschoolers aren't under the same as, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Representative Cornell, would you believe that when I was a school counselor, somewhat recently, homeschoolers used to come to school. We would send out a notice saying that the state assessment was being given, and we had any number of homeschool students join us at school to take the state assessment there. So that's always an option as well.
It is, thank you.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cornell, maybe this is unfair because you have eliminated the language in the current law by filing this bill. I'm especially looking at what would be lines 10 through 14 about the portfolio. My reading of that is that I'm a certified teacher in early childhood education, and if I'm reading this right, it would be permissible for parents of a high school chemistry student to use my knowledge to approve or express the performance of their child because I am a certified teacher. Is that how you read that? Is that?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about the part
part
that's
that you
taken
took
out?
then
Yes.
if that's one of the reasons why you might have taken it out, the portfolio rather than.
Partly, but partly because to fairly have accountability and transparency, I think everybody should be taking the same test.
Are there further questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you for taking the question, and thank you. I just wanted to clarify something. Right now in the public school, are you able to opt out? Can a parent have a child opt out of a state assessment?
I think so, but I think the school is responsible for making sure that 95% of students take the test. I'm not 100% sure. I think parents can opt out, but recently retired myself, not that many do opt out in a public school out of the state assessment test.
Could I follow up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I've noticed in our district over the past couple of years that many parents have started to opt out more and more. I'm assuming it's the state assessment that they're opting out of. My question is regarding this bill, is this also going to have private schools be required to administer the assessment as well?
If they're getting the EFA, yes.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Just a point of clarification for the 95%, you're correct, but that is a federal requirement with our application for the monies which we're seeking out. We try to hit that. When you get down below, there are some consequences for this state. Okay, further, Representative Hobson.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm not really sure if I'm going to form this question correctly, but if we have, say, a charter school, or charter schools or public schools, so I guess that wouldn't matter in that case, but private schools may choose to use different curriculum to achieve the same standards. In the statewide assessment, would it be possible for, say, I'm just going to go back to like everyday math, for those types of questions to be on the statewide assessment that, say, maybe a private school wouldn't use? Am I making sense? Is that a clear question? Is that a clear question?
I think so, but I think the material that gets assessed is the material that's supposed to be covered in that grade. So whether you're in a private school, public charter, religious school, it should all be covering the same material in the same grade.
Yes.
So specifically, I'm thinking of, say, different curriculum being used to achieve the same standards, the same competencies, may look different in a private school than in a public school, and would that cause confusion or inconsistencies in the test?
I'm not sure.
Further questions, Representative Likas?
As I said, my son, when we used this, we just let the school do the test because it was, like I said, faster, cheaper, and easier, and he could always ace them. So one got it over with quickly and easily for me. But the school didn't give it every year, and I would have to set up a special thing with the guidance counselor to be able to do it. And it has as an option a nationally standardized norm referenced achievement test, and that was put in because a lot of the private schools use a different test. It's still an assessment test. And so I'm wondering, are we going to have all these kids who don't even have, I mean, it was easy for me because he'd been in the school for 5 years and they knew him, and it was easy to set up a test, and the guidance counselor knew him and wasn't particularly worried about it, right? But are we going to then have all these kids, have to come up with some way? I know homeschoolers who have been keeping a portfolio and have a teacher, and as the kids got older, they picked a different teacher who was more appropriate for the age at which the kids were at. How are we going to deal with this if we're making them all take this statewide assessment, which isn't given annually?
This is the test that's given annually. It is given annually.
Has that
This
changed?
is the statewide assessment test that is given every year.
Okay,
It's
so
not the other test that you take in the 3rd, 8th, and 11th.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one question for you, and I'll try not to get down into the weeds too much on standardized testing. And looking at some of those scores, which we oftentimes the public likes to see a percentile score, which is really not a score which I, as a school administrator, wanted to look at all the time. There are other scores, like a STAIN, I don't want to look at that either. But there are some scores which show you that if you're taking the old-fashioned Gates-McGinnity reading test or the Iowa test of basic skills or the California test, any of them, there are some scores which parallel between them, normal curve equivalent, and then you can look at some gross scores as well. So is there any reason why you have eliminated the national standardized norm reference achievement test, which has those scores which are very comparable and relate between the statewide test that we give here and the achievement test, which is nationally normed and has the NCE scores and all that, which we can compare apples to apples on?
I guess my thought was just that it would be more transparent, more easily looked at if everybody took the same test.
Okay, thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. The tests that the state of New Hampshire allows as a testing level, I know at the high school level, SATs were one of them. Wouldn't they be the same for everybody in the United States, whether they were homeschooled, private schooled, or whatever? If you have to take an SAT test to get into college for college entrance, it effectively covers the general level of competency in language and math and whatever across the board. So wouldn't it be a better, whatever we use in the public schools, the NEAP or the SAT, if we use that across the board, then it would be a level playing field, and we could compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. Isn't that what this is about?
Yes.
Thank you.
I got another pursuant question then. Wouldn't you believe that either the SAT or the ACT aren't even required by 70% of our colleges now? Wouldn't it be better then that we use a nationally normed reference test somewhere in the high school level to give us this information that you're looking for? Seeing that the SAT is no longer required in many, many institutions. Okay, don't worry. Any further questions?
I've got a question for you.
Representative Luno. Yes.
Thanks very much. And Mr. Chair, during a comment you made earlier, I just wanted to follow up with it because I think it would be good for the committee to other members to understand it. You talked about how a norm reference test outcome could somehow be compared with that of the SAT or a statewide assessment. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not referencing the SAT at all.
all right,
I'm
good.
referencing another achievement, norm reference achievement test.
But so specifically, I thought I heard you say the statewide achievement test that other students in public schools are taking, and that a norm reference test could be measured, an outcome on a norm reference test could be measured comparably to that, so that, and I think you used the term apples to apples.
If you're using the right type of comparative data from that test, you don't want to take your percentile score, but if you take another score which is designed around what we're trying to achieve here in terms of looking at two different achievement tests, you can do it. It's not just a percentile against a certain number of students that are above or below within that particular group that's taking it in your school. And that's what I said was that you can compare data from an Iowa test, a California test, any of those achievement tests if you use the proper testing data.
Okay.
You wouldn't use a percentile score to do that. You'd use something like a normal curve equivalent score. And I see there's a lot of test and measurement information out there that I think that at this particular committee, we would have to get, people that are familiar with it to really get a good understanding here.
Right.
Or have that, college class under our belts.
No,
And
I
even
can-
at that,
I
it's
can
very
see that.
complicated.
Yeah. No, thanks for.
But you
I think
can
that-
compare achievement test to achievement
Oh,
test.
I'm sure you can.
I
was just
oftentimes
wondering
did
how
it with
to
a
do
Gates
that.
McGinty and with an achievement test.
Yeah.
In the area of reading or comprehension.
Okay.
Or that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, one of the things that we hear a lot is that with the federal money comes requirements that we do X, Y, and Z. Is it your intent with this bill that if state money is going to a provider, an education provider, that they also have some requirements that they have to uphold in order to keep receiving that money?
I don't know. I didn't say in the bill that it would result in their losing the money or not. It's just that they should take the same achievement tests. They won't lose their money if the students don't do well on it, no.
But would it be a requirement in receiving an EFA student that they give this test because they're receiving state money with that student?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not, yes, Representative Litchfield.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out a way to wrap 3 in 1, and I don't know how. I'm just trying to understand it. So if you're saying that the results of the test, I don't want to say they don't matter because that's not a correct way to put it, but what's the point of them taking the test? What is the end goal here?
I think a lot of the arguments for EFAs were students were not doing well in their public school and they want to go to a private school where they do much better, and this would be a way of measuring, are they doing better in the private school?
So may I follow up?
Yes.
So we are going to use the results then? And are they not anonymous too at that point? I'm just trying to understand. I have children in public and private school, and the beauty of a private school is it is accredited, and I trust that they're going to do a good job. And people argue, do you teach to the test? I don't worry about any of that. The kids don't have to deal with that. So my question is, I'm just trying to understand, what is the point of giving an assessment if we're not going to do anything with it? But now I feel like I'm hearing you say that yes, we are going to use it to measure the private schools.
We're going to use it to measure the students that are getting the EFA if they are achieving, just compared to themselves.
Okay, so may I just one more?
Sure.
Would there be a financial note with this though? Who would oversee this, and how would that work?
It would be part of the private school program, just like it is in the public schools.
It'd be paid by the state, because it's already agreed that, you can bring a kid and get the test from a private school to the resident school. They will absorb it. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You mentioned the private schools would lose the money. How about public schools?
I never said anything about losing money.
I thought it was discussed that if a private school didn't reach a certain thing, they would lose their money from the
No.
state coming in.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, more questions. It's your day. You hit the jackpot. Representative Likas.
I'm still, I guess I'm still wondering how you're going to deal with the special needs kids, because as we heard, an awful lot of the kids who do, and they may be homeschooled, not private schooled. How are you going to do, I know homeschool kids who are extremely dyslexic, and their spelling is something that you wouldn't even, it's challenging to read, but they are phenomenal in chemistry, which isn't tested on the standardized test, phenomenal in electricity and magnetism, which isn't tested. And I'm wondering, and their progress is slow. I mean, we see from year to year they get a little better, but in the percentiles, they may not get better. They may look like they're getting worse compared to their classmates, but compared to themselves, they are slowly getting better at spelling, but it's because they're very dyslexic, and that's a learning disability. And I'm wondering, I still don't understand how you're going to deal with that. That was part of the point of the portfolios, because then they're not taking this standardized test. They're able to display their work and say, see the progress I've made, and progress in all kinds of fields that aren't even tested, so you can see they're learning a lot, even if their spelling is very slow at improving. So that's, how are you going to deal with them? That's my question.
Accommodations for testing can be in the IEP.
But homeschool kids don't have an IEP, that's my point. How do you deal with them? Because that's a lot of homeschoolers are special needs kids. That's why they're homeschooled.
I I think what we can do is some of this can be discussed during executive session. I don't think we need to rattle through all this right now. If getting in the area of special education, there's a lot of alternative ways of assessing a child that's in special ed, including not giving the statewide assessment. And there's alternatives. So we can discuss that in executive session when we get there. Are there any remaining questions for Representative Cornell? Thank you very much. Okay, we have Sarah Scott from the Americans for Prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Director of Grassroots Operations with Americans for Prosperity New Hampshire. And on behalf of AFP New Hampshire and our activists all across the state, we urge you to oppose House Bill 1115, which changes the assessment requirements for students participating in the Education Freedom Accounts program. Under the legislation that was passed last year, EFA students have 3 options for assessment that are in line with the requirements that we have currently for home-educated students. This bill would take away 2 of those options and force parents and schools into a single assessment that is inconsistent with our currently approved options. Right now, students who are in a private school are already taking approved assessments, and students who are educated at home are also fulfilling an approved assessment requirement. There's no reason to test EFA students any differently than we do the students who are at accredited schools or who are home educated. This legislation would really just create an unnecessary burden for families and educators who are already working hard to stay compliant with assessment requirements. And kids really learn in so many different ways, and providing multiple options for assessment really ensures that we are more accurately able to review student achievement and also remain consistent with the current assessment requirements we have across the board. If EFAs lead to new education models outside of the accredited schools, approved state programs, and home education, then we could revisit testing models at some point. But right now, I think this is premature. All of our approved education options have a system in place already to review student achievement. So it's for these reasons that we ask that you oppose this bill. And happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. A couple times you just mentioned people that are, and I think I got your quote right, already working hard to be in compliance with assessment requirements. I was wondering if you could tell us what those assessment requirements are that they're already working hard on.
So the current assessments for home educated students in particular is what I'm referencing. There are the 3 options, and especially a lot of students do the portfolio review, and they're very diligent throughout the year to keep track of all of their work and put together. We're not talking like a couple of pages here. They're fairly substantial binders of work.
Okay, so follow up. So you're talking about these requirements that are in place right now for homeschool students who are not part of the EFA program. Obviously, the requirement here is for students that are participating in the EFA program. So, so the follow-up question would be: do you feel that that accountability accountability and transparency is important in any program that uses taxpayer dollars?
I think we already have systems in place for all of the approved options, and I don't see why an EFA student would be tested any differently than we test the other students now.
Representative Porter and then Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask my question again to you because you obviously know more about how things are working. I have a certificate in early childhood education. Could a parent use me to assess the portfolio for their high school chemistry student?
Thank you
Is
for
that
the question.
allowed?
So I don't know specifically. I would assume it is probably legally allowed, but typically parents choose somebody that is in line with student's progress. Parents do use these assessments and portfolio reviews as their own assessment. They don't do it just to fulfill the state requirement.
Info? Do you have any statistics on that?
I don't believe any statistics are collected.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. How do you think the public can be assured that without public view of assessment and like you do with the public schools, that their public funds are being spent the way they're supposed to be spent and effectively and efficiently? Because I don't think those other assessments or the assessments of the EFA program, the private schools or the homeschoolers, that there's a public accounting of what happens with those assessments each year, like there is for the public schools.
Thanks for the question. So I would just say that in particular for the students who are doing a portfolio review, a certified teacher does have to review it and acknowledge that the student is at academic levels that they should be. So I think we're really trusting that the teachers we've certified through the state are accurate in their assessments of the students' performance.
Yes.
My question was more about transparency and accountability for the public, because now we're using public funds to support these programs, rather than a homeschool program before where we didn't have public funds supporting them. And every year, the public school system there is published at the DOE and also in a lot of papers, the results of assessments, aggregate assessments for schools, and often schools are compared one against the other about how their achievement scores are, whether they're above or below in math. We use the data here in the education committee to make certain decisions. And I'm just wondering how you feel we could use the current assessment program and assure the public with transparency that our money is being spent efficiently, effectively, and that students are actually learning.
I think that by showing the public that these students did achieve at grade level, we've done our part to ensure transparency and that the education for that student is being fulfilled.
Further questions? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Scott, for being here. Since one of the testing options that is being eliminated is the portfolio, similar to what is in place for homeschool children, do you have any information on achievement levels for homeschool students?
So thank you for the question. In all of the studies that have been done, homeschool students have consistently ranked above many other education options. I know a number of homeschoolers do take the nationally recognized standardized tests, and in the information that's been collected for those, the students have consistently ranked among the top students.
Further questions? Representative Luno.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's very interesting. Thanks for bringing that up. Does the Department of Education collect that information and provide it for comparison purposes?
The students that take the nationally recognized tests, that's collected by the testing service, not by the New Hampshire department.
So there's no way to validate what, so let me say it another way. How did you come across this information then?
This is just based on studies that have been done that are out there in the public that you can look back at just to see how homeschool students have traditionally ranked amongst other students across the country.
All up to that?
Yep.
So how did those studies acquire the information that was collected by private testing companies?
These testing companies often do ask students what their education model is. Some public schools do use these nationally recognized tests as well. So some of that, you do usually give the information that it is either you're at a public school, private school, or you're home educated.
Final follow-up, could you please email the committee with how we can find that information?
Sure,
Specifically where that information is?
For nationally,
for homeschool students that take a private assessment test, and how that data can be compared to public school students.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Not seeing any. Yes, Representative Hobson.
Great. Thank you for taking my question, Sarah Scott, and thank you for allowing me to. It was my understanding when the EFA program was established that, I guess it's going through the Children's Scholarship Fund, that we would be able to look at the expenses of, maybe audit isn't the right word, down to the pencil. And I'm wondering, is that information available to the public, or is that information specific to maybe the Department of Ed? Do you know the answer to that question?
I don't have the answer to that. I do believe that the majority of that information is public, but I could be wrong on that. I could check on it.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Mr. Southerton, are you going to testify on this one? There's a card up here. See, that is this bill. No, you're going to pass on it? Okay. So I don't have any other cards up here at this time on this bill, so we're going to close the hearing. Would you believe many schools are trying to get away from You got us talking, Representative Cornell. So what we'd like to do is go on to the next bill, which we have in the docket here. What's the number we got? 1376. Go for it. Thank you. I got to turn to it.
Good afternoon, Representative Cornell, representing Ward 11, District 18 in Manchester. I have an amendment. Should I address the amendment which corrects the RSA that I wanted to replace?
Can you address the original bill as you introduced it, and then also indicate where you would like to propose changes and provide a proposed amendment to the committee when we own it?
Okay. So, House Bill 1376, it's the education freedom accounts, and the intent of it is to make sure that parents who place their children in a private school with taking education freedom accounts know that they waive their special education rights under IDEA. So the amendment that I put in corrected, I had RSA 194-B:4, and it should be 194-F:4. And what I want to say is that a child participating in a publicly funded education freedom account program forfeits the rights for a free and appropriate education, or FAPE. This is because participation in a voucher program amounts to a parental placement under 20 U.S.C. Section 1412, small a, 10, capital A. Presently, school voucher or EFA programs do not always adequately inform parents of the consequence. They should receive advance notice of that consequence, that a child forfeits the rights to a free and appropriate education while participating in the EFA program. That's the whole bill.
That's it.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Cornell? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. First, this EFAs are not vouchers, so there are not there's not a voucher given to a student to attend a particular, let's say, private school. EFA funds can be used for a whole range of options, which would not include private school placement, because this bill refers to a parental placement in a private school, which does not encompass all EFA students. So would you see that as an issue?
I don't think so, because I think if a parent places their school in the private program and then uses the EFA to pay for part of that, they could be giving up their rights. They could be forfeiting their rights to special ed under IDEA. So I think this is just notifying the parents that that may happen.
You follow up?
Thank you. But if they do not place their child in a private school, but take from the list of other educational options, I don't think any of that falls into your bill. Your bill is assuming, doesn't it, that all students would be placed in a private school?
I think it's just referring to students that are placed in a private school.
Follow-up questions?
And I think there'll be people, someone speaking after me who can address it better than I can.
Okay. Do you think that the language about waiving rights is correct, in that at any point a student could go back into a public school or a public charter school and resume being covered by IDA, so they're really not waiving rights?
they may be waiving their rights while they're in the private school. If they went back to the public or the public charter school, they would be covered again.
Follow up?
But children in a private school, as you indicate here, are covered under USC section 1412, et cetera. So they are covered by IDEA.
Got a question? Or is that?
Aren't they? They are not waiving rights under IDEA because, as stated in lines 4 through 5, they are covered when they place their student in a private school under USC section 1412A, et cetera. So that's part of IDEA.
No.
Is that correct?
No, because the way it reads is they receive notice that participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 USC section 1412. So they receive, if they do place them there, they receive notice that participation is a parental placement. So the parent is placing them in the private school. And they may waive their rights to a free and appropriate education.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Is it not true that there has been concern over parents just assuming that the private school that they place their child in would pick up their special ed services by virtue of the fact that the student had an IEP or a 504 plan when they were in the public school? And is this bill not in response to that parents thought that the kids were going to receive services when they weren't going to because it was a unilateral decision?
Yes.
Further questions? Representative Tanner?
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering about schools like Prenda and also schools that are only for tuition purposes only. If a parent took an EFA and placed their student in one of those two groups, would they then waive their right for special ed services, IDA services? Prenda is the third part, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Prenda because I really don't know enough about the rules of Prenda, but I think basically it's the private school that they're placed into. So if Prenda is considered a private school under these rules, it would apply.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is the, Representative Cornell, is the intent of this bill to make like a material change to the EFA program, or is it to provide clarity and transparency so that families know what they're getting into?
It's simply to provide clarity that parents realize when they're placing their child in the school, they may be giving up their rights to a free and appropriate education.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Bonnie Dunham. Bonnie, can you turn the red light on? Press the button.
Silver button. Okay, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Apparently, no, I could not. So, thank you. I'm here in support of this bill, and I appreciate so much the sponsors introducing it and then providing additional clarity through the amendment that they've proposed. I think that this bill will help to ensure that parents of students with disabilities who choose to enroll in the EFA program
do so with a clear understanding of how that participation will affect their child's rights under IDEA. If a parent enrolls their child with a disability who has an EFA in a public or private nonprofit elementary or secondary school that meets the definition established by the state, then that child is considered to be a parentally placed private school child with a disability. If the parent places their child in a for-profit private school or homeschools their child, or in any setting that does not meet the definition of an elementary or secondary school under state law, then that child is not a parentally placed private school child with a disability. They're just a child with a disability. The child who is in a for-profit private school or is homeschooled, because they are not a parentally placed private school child with a disability, has no right to special education at all. The parentally placed private school child, which is a child who is placed by their parent in a nonprofit, public or private, elementary or secondary school, does have some group right to a free appropriate public education or to some services under IDEA. And that's because of the equitable services requirement in IDEA. And that requirement says that the school district, the LEA, must spend an amount proportionate to the amount of IDEA funds, so the federal funds the LEA receives for the group of parentally placed private school students with disabilities attending private elementary or secondary schools in the school district served by the LEA. So whatever amount of federal funds that the school district gets for that group of students, they must spend on that group of students. But only if that child is in a placement that meets the definition of an elementary or secondary school, which means a nonprofit elementary or secondary school, public or private, doesn't matter. Because children who are not parentally placed private school children with disabilities, if they are in a for-profit or are in a homeschool situation, the LEA does not receive any IDEA funds for those students. So the equitable calculation for the proportionate share of equitable services is not applicable. You can't have an equitable proportion of money that doesn't exist. I guess 0 of 0 is 0. The LEA does continue for all of those children, for every child with a disability who is in their catchment area. They're still responsible for child find activities, and so a parent can make an initial referral if their child had an IEP and then they choose to rejoin the public system. They can again have their child be found eligible for special education, and all of the rights remain intact for that child once they are determined that they continue to be a child with a disability and they are in that public system. So the distinction between a child with a disability who is and who is not considered to be a parentally placed private school child with a disability can be confusing, and that was in the original statute. So this amendment doesn't conflagrate those. That was already confusing in the original statute that was passed a couple of years ago, because those are two separate situations: children who are and children who are not parentally placed private school children with a disability. So because it's confusing, it's really, really important that parents of children with disabilities, regardless of where they're going to be placing them, if they have an EFA, have a clear understanding, get a clear and user-friendly explanation of what rights under IDEA they will no longer have and what rights they may still have. Because of the confusing nature of that, I do hope that the Department of Education is given the authority to either write or approve whatever explanation is developed that is provided to those parents. Thank you.
Are there questions for Bonnie Dunham? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So just going back to my original line of questioning, a child with an EFA who is placed in a non-public school, according to law, is still covered by IDEA, but a different portion, a different section of IDEA as if they had been in a public school. Is that correct?
A child who is in a private school is considered to be a parentally placed private school child if that private school is a nonprofit elementary or secondary school. If it is not, they are not. The section of IDEA that applies to those students is the one that explains how school districts do not have to use state or local funds to pay for it. So it's a particular section, and in fact, in the regulations, they clarify that by saying that no parentally placed private school child with a disability has an individual right to receive some or all of the special education and related services that the child would receive if enrolled in a public school.
Go follow up.
So if they are getting an EFA and placed in a non-public school by their parent, they are still covered by IDEA. Is that correct?
Is it a nonprofit?
Yes. It's an
Yes.
approved
Yes.
non-public school by the state.
Then they are covered by the section of IDEA that says they have no individual right to special ed. Yes.
Yes.
No individual, okay. That gets into the whole, how you calculate what percentage of funds, Title I funds, that the non-public school will receive to provide services for that child under an individual service plan.
So if there are.
Is that correct?
Sort of. If there are 10 students with disabilities enrolled in a private school, then the school district would have to use the funds that came in for those 10 students on those 10 students. But if 9 of those students need reading help, then the school district could choose to spend all of the money on a reading specialist to support those children on a part-time basis. The one child who does not need reading support, even though they are a child with a disability, may get no services, nor are they entitled to any.
Further?
So if all 10 students are in a public school and the school chooses to give reading services to 9 children, all using up all those funds, the one child in the public school who has needs could be eliminated from receiving any special needs funds.
Did you mean to say public school?
No,
Private.
right. In a non-public school.
Yes, they are not entitled to. The school district has to engage in meaningful and timely consultation with the private schools so that they can make a decision about how they can best expend those funds. And my understanding is that they do their best to give children something, but if financially and consulting with everyone, it turns out that the way to best use those funds is that one child will be left out. Yes, one child would be left out.
So your position is, in looking at IDEA, that the public school district does not have to provide funds under IDEA to that child in a non-public school that has a service plan that has been agreed to?
They wouldn't have a service plan. A service plan is only for those students who, through timely and meaningful consultation, the school district decides to expend funds on, IDEA funds on. The children who do not get services do not have a services plan. I provided the entire section of IDEA in my written testimony where you can read that.
Further questions? Representative Porter?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very
Doesn't
much,
sound
Mr.
like
Chair,
it.
and thank you, Bonnie, for taking my question. I really want to thank you for what you sent to us. It helped me to understand what was going on here. So let me see if I've got it right. The federal government sends school districts money for their IDEA kids.
Yes.
Okay. If 10 of those kids go to a private school, the public school takes the money for those 10 kids and can use and shares it out with those kids that are in the private school. Is that right?
They spend it on that group of students. It's a little more complicated because the school district that gets those funds is the school district in which the private school is located. It has nothing to do with where the child lives. The child could live in San Francisco and be attending a school in New Hampshire, a private school. And the school district where the private school is located would get the IDEA funds for that child. They really complicated it the last time they revised IDEA.
So can I have a follow-up then? So the public school, the kids who stay in public schools and have IEPs, the cost of those services to those kids over and above what the federal government sends is what's absorbed by the local taxpayers and by the state.
Yes.
So once those kids are out of the public school, under the IDEA law, they are no longer, public schools are no longer required to use their property tax money and the state money to fund the services for the kids in the private school. The only thing they're responsible for is the money that comes from the feds.
Yes.
Is that right? Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank
wait,
you.
excuse me. Representative Lycos was next, and then you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bonnie, for coming, because you're really making a lot of this clear to us. And I still have, in trying to understand this, you've explained the private schools very well, and I think I get what's going on there. What if a parent places a student in another public school that's not in their district? What happens in that case?
It's all based on whether or not the school is considered to be an elementary or secondary school under IDEA. New Hampshire may have some wanky things that I'm not aware of, where they may decide that placement in a public school would carry some additional pieces, just like a parent could tuition a child to a public school, another public school, and through an arrangement that's made, and I'm really not sure. I don't think that this statute is clear enough on that issue for me to be able to answer that question. My understanding is that it would be treated as if they placed them in, they made a unilateral placement.
Thank you very much.
I think that has to be looked at a little bit.
It does.
I think, I'm saying, I think we're not interpreting it maybe the way DOE is interpreting it right now, or as an EFA, that fourth leg of the stool. There's, more to the story than we're getting at right here.
Yes, and the U.S. Department of Ed, through their Office of Special Ed programs, keeps issuing guidance on this issue, on many issues, because some things are not clear enough in the beginning, and work needs to be done to make them more clear.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Dunham. But would you say, though, that the language that's been provided here, and particularly in the amendment that was handed out, 439, doesn't change the responsibility that public or private schools have, or that the federal government has, but clarifies substantially over what is in current law?
Yes, it doesn't change any of the responsibilities of the school district or the rights of the parents. It just makes sure that they are aware of what those rights are, what rights they retain and what rights they don't retain, and how that whole process would work. How a school district would decide how to spend that federal money on that group of students, because it really is a confusing thing.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Bonnie, but can you give us, why do you know all this good information? You have an organization that you're representing?
I work at the Parent Information Center. I'm here as a private citizen because as a parent of a child with a disability, we all find each other, and so I know a lot of other parents of children with disabilities, some who have chosen to homeschool their children, some who have chosen to place them privately through the school district, and some unilaterally. And I am aware of just how often parents make decisions based on incomplete or inaccurate information, and then end up being sorry and having to go back and fix what problem has been created. And so I just feel very strongly as a parent that parents need to have accurate information so they can make informed decisions. Whatever those decisions may be, I might disagree, but it's not my child.
Bonnie has worked with special education ever since I can remember, and on task force, I can just remember all the times we've worked together, Bonnie, and so her expertise it goes down deep.
My son was born with a disability 41 years ago, and when he was 2, I started taking classes, and I hung out so often at those classes that one day they said, "Do you want to stay? We'll pay you." And I said, "Okay."
Okay, are there any more questions to ask of Bonnie Dunham? Not seeing any hands up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will do this thing here.
Let's see. Looks like we're going through them. Different, committee. Okay, so we are done that one right now. We'll close this hearing. And we'll get ready to go into the next hearing here, which starts in about 2 or 3 minutes. The next hearing would be 1670. We're at HB 1670 right now, relative to funds of the Education Freedom Account Program after termination of a student's participation and responsibilities of the scholarship organization. And we have Representative Bonnie Ham? No? Yes. Mask. I can't see through the mask. There. No, you don't take it off. I'm just saying it's hard to recognize people. You got, there you go.
Hi there. I am Representative Bonnie Ham. I represent Lincoln, Woodstock, and Waterville Valley. And I am here to introduce and support House Bill 1670, which is a bill relative to funds of the Education Freedom Account Program after termination of a student's participation in the program and responsibilities of the scholarship organization. Basically, if I feel, and this bill states that if a student chooses to stop participating in an education fund account program for any reason, there can be a number of reasons that could happen, that subsequent payments and further expenditures should terminate upon that student choosing not to participate in the education fund account. Whether they go back to the public school, whether there's been misuse of the funds, or whether they have another idea for their education, the state of New Hampshire should not continue to support his education fund account any further. And so the money should stop. The flow of money should stop, both payments and expenses that we pay out. Now, if the student decides to go back in to the program at a later date, then the student can reapply and funding will resume. So to me, it just makes sense that we shouldn't be sending money to a program that the student isn't participating in. And it further requires an audit of the individual's account and/or random audits of the program in general to make sure that the funds are being used appropriately. And I'm open to any questions or further explanations of my idea for a bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Ham. Are there questions? Representative Lakis.
Thank you. I'm wondering, in law already, it says that the funds will immediately be suspended, but I'm wondering, parents often, first they have to apply, they have to get permission from the scholarship organization to spend anything. Then they may have to order, et cetera, whatever it is that they're trying to get, which sometimes can take some time.
Right.
And then sometimes they actually have to pay up front for that item. And then eventually, once they submit the receipt, then they get reimbursed. And I'm wondering what happens to the parent who's caught in the middle of that, if they've gotten the okay, put in the order, potentially paid out of pocket, counting on that money coming in from the AFA, and then and they've been in the program, like it says here, at least a year, so it's an ongoing thing, and then decide for whatever reason that actually they're going to put the kid back in public school. Can they still be reimbursed for that okayed expense that they incurred while the student was an AFA student, or are they now on the hook for that?
In my opinion, and I don't know if this bill states it adequately, certainly anything that was ordered as part of the educational opportunity the child was participating in should be reimbursed. And I do agree there can be a delay in getting bills paid and so forth. But I would think that, and I would welcome any language that made it clear, if any expenditure that had to do with his educational opportunity while he was participating in it should be reimbursed. But certainly the year, if the child is in the program 6 months, and we shouldn't be paying for bills for the second 6 months. The year, one of the key things in here is that year. If we could somehow word it so that we are legitimately reimbursing for expenses for the opportunity he participated in and received, and didn't pay for other items that had nothing to do with the educational opportunity he enjoyed, I would welcome any amendment that clarified that.
Whoops, thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Luno?
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Ham, for bringing 1670 forward this afternoon. One of the things that this committee has wrestled with a little bit is the language in here that where misuse of funds must be intentional and substantial, and
Right.
and I was wondering if you could talk with us a little bit about maybe why intentional is something the Attorney General would investigate, and substantial would be something the scholarship organization would determine.
If you note, the words intentional have been deleted. That change has been suggested. And I think it's because pretty hard to prove intent. We really don't want to go there. We just don't want to pay for expenses that weren't part of the education received. So that, the word intentional was deleted, and substantial was retained. And you notice substantial is a word used in several places. Substantial misrepresentation, substantial misuse. And I would say when they drafted this, that's kind of indicating to me that, well, perhaps it isn't worthwhile to chase down $50. I don't know what dollar amount you'd want to use, but I think that's to indicate substantial, the definition of substantial, something that's worthwhile, something that's a number big enough that's worth going after or trying to recapture or whatever, not $1, not $50. And there again, maybe there might need to be some clarification or a definition of substantial. But this isn't to take parents and students to court or go after them or turn this into a bad experience. This is just to recapture some state funds that might be outlaid with no value in return for the outlay.
Thank you very much.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I understand the particular part dealing with lines 19 and 20, talking about the change from may to shall. So if I understand this bill correctly, every student that does withdraw from the EFA during the time of their account, the account is frozen, except for the types of bills you talk with Representative Leakes, but their account will be audited.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it means. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you,
Yes.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
You're welcome. Any further questions? Bonnie, I have one question for you. On the other page, it's kind of just a technical type thing. On line 14 on page 2, you talk about notifying the parent within 5 business days. It takes about 5 days, believe it or not, for a letter to get from Haverhill to Concord. It's all downhill, that's right. So is that just a number that somebody selected, or could it be extended like to 10 days?
Sure, that was just a number as opposed to as quickly as possible, which could mean anything.
Yeah.
Could be months, could be whatever. I think we tried to put a number to it, meaning quickly, not 2 months later. So, I mean, certainly 5 days is a tough bar to maintain.
Or even 10 maybe. Or
10 or
okay.
2 weeks or something,
Yeah.
something. Prompt a notice, not let this hanging for months.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Doesn't look like we have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Enjoy Lincoln.
Yes, I do. And Woodstock and Waterville.
You know, that is Grafton County. Let's say we're all in the same delegation. Okay. I don't have any more cards on this particular bill. Is there anybody out in the audience that has not handed in a pink card for this?
Would Matt be willing to take a question?
Well, he hasn't submitted anything. Matt, are you willing to give any kind of technical support on this particular bill we've been just discussing?
Just a quick-
Representative Luno has one question.
Quick compliance question, very quick. And it actually relates to Representative Leakes's question on page 1, beginning at line 5, where enrolling as a full-time student in the resident district shall result in, the first part is immediate suspension of payment of additional funds into the student CFA. Where'd Matt go? Oh, he's filling out a card. All right, sorry. Here I am reading it, he hasn't even like...
And he left. He's out of the building.
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right. So, looking at page 1, starting at line 5, where a student has enrolled back in their home resident public school, and current law says that results in the immediate suspension of payment of additional funds into the EFA. So that's state dollars going
Yeah.
into the EFA, not necessarily withdrawals that you're making from the EFA under current law
That would be correct.
to pay provider costs or something like that.
Correct.
But I think Rep. Lekas brings up a good point. What if based on the language on lines 11 and 12 were to kick in, does the scholarship organization have any, and I think it might even, including the proposed language, have an ability to encumber funds once you get a request for reimbursement, even if that reimbursement hasn't been made? Are you able to encumber funds so that, if something intervening happens, like the student decides to go to a public school, but you still owe the first semester tuition bill for wherever they were attending before, I'm just making it up, that you'd still be able to pay that?
This is sort of a technical issue in the weeds.
It's an accounting in the weeds
right,
issue, yeah.
So I think what we would do is if a student left the EFA program to return to their in-district public school, obviously the account would not receive any more public funds because, as you said in statute, that's not allowable. So we would turn off their ability to get any more funds. I think that we could put a process in place where that account could be flagged somehow, and then we could work something out.
Right.
I think so.
Such as encumbering funds, like what?
Well, it's hard to know because we wouldn't know,
Okay.
right? What the cost would be, what they would be spending those funds on.
Well,
I guess.
Follow up though. But
Yes.
but those requests have already been put in because they were subject to approval by the scholarship organization up front.
Certainly, if they made the request prior to exiting, that's true. Absolutely.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Made
Yeah.
the request prior to exiting. I think that was.
Then yeah,
what
they
Representative
would be
Lekas was talking
queued up in the system.
about. All right, great. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Matt, for taking the question. For example, following up on Representative Luna, if a tuition payment has already been made to a school and he drops out halfway through.
Representative, could you look closer to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. If a tuition payment's already been made to the school, okay, and the student drops out and goes back to the public school halfway through, there's probably not going to be any way of getting half of that tuition payment, correct?
No, there's probably not any way, and any refunds would come back to their EFA account, obviously not to the parents.
Right, I know that, thank you.
Yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you. So if someone was, decided that they needed a new computer as part of their program, homeschooled or whatever, and they put the request in, those funds would be encumbered or whatever. You'd say, okay, yeah, you can go get the computer, and then a few months later, they drop out. That would be paid for because it was put in prior to their.
Well, assuming that they had the funds, and assuming that they had not purchased a computer, because administrative rules, you can only purchase one computer every 3 years, then that would be considered an allowable expense.
Okay, thank you.
If they hadn't already exited the program.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the hearing. (1669) is at 2:30.
So for all the committee members here, you might put down on your calendar that everything scheduled for the 4th will be postponed. Now, we're supposed to get a real doozer of a storm here. Yeah. Pardon me?
Yes,
Friday
Friday.
the 4th. It looks like we got a storm coming in. Some folks could get more than others. You know, the other day you got a lot in the south. I got a ½ inch up in Haverhill. But that we are going to reschedule everything on the 4th to the 15th. Same order, same bills, but just taking them and flopping them in on the 15th. So there are 4 committees which had bills scheduled for on Friday. They're all going to be, postponed because of storm. We haven't done that yet this year. We've done it other years, many times. Sometimes one person comes in for the hearing, conducts the hearing, but that's not fair for the people coming to testify. So we're opting just to put it off. The official notice hasn't gone out yet. We're just putting that out right now as I'm speaking. So I would say yes, the House probably will not be meeting here. Pardon me?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, do we know if we're having it's blabbermouth over here. Do you know if we're having a session that week? I had written in my calendar
Yes,
the
we are.
15th.
Yes, we are. On the 16th, it's half a day. I don't have the specific times, but that's also when the governor does his thing. And we have a joint on the 16th, and then, let's see, let me get my dates. It's the 15th. Yeah, and the 17th, we're having a session. Now, don't ask me the difficult questions. I was asked by Representative Porter, are we doing something on the 16th? Yes, we have a half day on the 16th and a full day on the 17th. Where? On the 16th and the 17th? I don't know. That'll be in the calendar. On Friday, I would assume that criminal justice, education, ED&A, municipal and county are. Yeah.
No, they're going to keep that, Ralph.
Yeah.
Make sure you come in.
Get in early.
Okay, we got about 10 minutes before, or 9 minutes before the next one. If you'd like to, that was kind of fun. Yes. Okay, just for some clarification for everybody here, here's what's going on, a little bit more information. On the 16th, we will be starting in Manchester, same place, but starting at 1, the gavel will drop at 1 o'clock. That will be a session day afternoon. Trying to schedule the governor in for the state of the state, that will occur sometime on the 17th when we're also down in Concord working on bills. So that Manchester, on the 17th. So we will be in Manchester on the afternoon of the 16th and again all day on the 17th. The state of the state will be blended in somewhere in on the 17th. The day prior to is when the governor has governor and council meetings, and so there's a lot going on. They're trying to squeeze all together here.
15th in the morning?
No.
It's just that
I
one thing?
asked that question. I was saying, can we do something on the 16th, get a couple bills done? No, we can't because we're going to be in Manchester. And so, but yeah, I thought, it'd be great to do it, but we can't stop on the way, but no. So we're not going to be meeting on that day at all. Not the 18th, that's correct. Now, whether it's something that's put in, the 18th of Friday? Yeah, I haven't looked at that week. I'm looking at all those bills we have yet to do, and we have a lot of stuff, and we're going to have a lot of bills coming up with a lot of debate. So we're going to have to start scheduling that in. I have set up so on the 9th, there will be, on the 9th, we're going to have to exec those 7 early bills which we have remaining. We had 16 early bills, I think. We thought it was 15. We had one added on, which I wasn't aware of. So we have 16. We have done 9 of them so far. We have 7 to go. And then after we're done on the 9th, those early bills, we'll start whittling down that list of the bills which I've selected here. And I've given a copy to Representative Cordelli and to Representative Luno. We're going to work down into that list of bills to start execing. Trying to get things done here. Yes. I haven't planned on that at this point in time. Yeah, I can do that though. I haven't, I'll have to look at that schedule here. I had not been planning to exec. We can exec anytime we want to exec. If we finish some, well, yeah, we have a hearing right now. After this hearing, we'll get into some of this discussion, okay? But we have people here waiting, and I don't want to keep them waiting as well. And we're also streaming. So, in looking at the calendar right now, we have one bill left today. That's HB 1669. That is requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. And 1669. Bonnie Ham is here. Yes, Representative Ham, that's another one of your bills. You're up.
Representative Bonnie Ham, Lincoln, Woodstock, Waterville. And I'm here to introduce and sponsor House Bill 1669, requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. Throughout, you'll note that wherever it says scholarship organization, department has been inserted instead. And I feel strongly that this, a new program, this is a new idea, and going to become part of our overall educational opportunities that we offer students in New Hampshire. I feel strongly that this needs to be administered by the Department of Education, just as the Department of Education oversees public schools and other opportunities. I do not support it being looked at separately over here by a separate entity that perhaps doesn't have the same focus that what I think this idea, this new idea, needs. It needs to be looked at in conjunction with the public school opportunities we're now offering. It's an alternative. It's another opportunity for students. And I think it deserves the Department of Education's oversight. Along with that comes rulemaking. Along with that comes our involvement, the legislative involvement. It becomes more accountability. It's public money. It affects state and local. It can potentially have an impact on local schools. And so I think we need to bring it in-house. I do not think that this is an idea that we should outsource to someone else to be responsible to make all these decisions. I think the program could be administered along the same lines as envisioned, that there's applications for it, and there's qualifications needed, and so forth. But I just don't see it becoming part of our master plan as readily or as appropriately, perhaps, as it needs to become part of our overall education plan for our students, for our communities, for our state of New Hampshire. And in my mind, the same monies that perhaps we are paying to have someone else administer this program can be monies used to offset the additions we need to provide to the Department of Education to perhaps oversee this. But I see so many advantages to it becoming part of the state of New Hampshire's education plan. I think it's an idea that may take off even better than we envisioned. I think there may be a good deal of interest in this additional opportunity to custom tailor the needs of each individual child. The public schools do a good job in general, but they perhaps are not the exact right program for every child. I do not want to see this program erode what we're doing for the children in our public school systems. I think we can't look at one without looking at the whole overall picture here. So that's it in a nutshell. The accountability, the coordination, the efficiency, the focus, in my mind, is far better if we make it a priority. Most departments, when we take on a new idea, a new program, that is a major program. This is a major program. Are usually done in-house. Very rarely, this is kind of an exceptional thing. In my mind, rarely does the Department of Environmental Services, for instance, or any department, I think it would be the same for any department, sort of subcontract with someone in the private sector to try to develop a state program that's going to affect, you can't look at things in a vacuum. And that's it in a nutshell. I originally wrestled with the education freedom account concept. I did, because I'm very, very vested in my local school district, and I worried about what impact this would have on our local school. And I thought about it a lot, and I just feel the majority of us wanted to try this. The majority of us said this idea is worthy. And therefore, the last thing in the world I would want to do is to repeal it or be negative about it. I want to be positive about it. I want to give it a chance, and I hope it totally exceeds my expectations. I hope I'm terribly wrong about how many people are going to be interested in this and what impact it's going to have. For the 30 out of 288 children, let's say, in my district, to enhance their opportunity is a wonderful thing. A wonderful thing. And if it can be done so that it's not detrimental to the 158 left in the school building, I'm all for it. I am absolutely all for it. And I think it can be done. I think this is going to be part of our overall educational this is just the beginning. Education needs reform. We've been a little stale recently in our town, and we need to look outside the box and offer more opportunities. We want our children in New Hampshire to be successful at whatever they want to do, and one size doesn't fit all. And whatever they're interested in, I want to be able to afford them that opportunity to learn all about it and do it well and contribute to our economy and to our quality of life here. And that's it in a nutshell. I want to make it be a good program, and I want it to get off to a very good start. And I think it has more chance of doing that if it's within the Department of Education and it's within our overall master plan for education. You can tell I feel strongly about it, and thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for sticking around for this bill also. I was just wondering, in terms of the legislation and the Department of Education takeover of the program, do you feel that the EFA Legislative Oversight Committee that we have in place and the contract that the department has put in place with the Children Scholarship Fund are insufficient to monitor the program?
I think that if we go that route, and I'm not saying it might work. I don't know. But I'm not as confident as I am with the thought that if this is studied, if this is administered and is part of the Department of Education, who has a mission to provide an excellent education to all our children, and looks at it in conjunction with everything else out there that's being offered, and has the oversight of rulemaking, and has the oversight of the legislature, and has the support of the state of New Hampshire, and the state of New Hampshire is backing it 100%, in my mind, it is apt to be a better and more successful program.
Thank you. Are you aware that 3 states with existing education savings accounts program have reached out to Children's Scholarship Fund to ask them to take over the operation and administration of their state programs?
Thank you very much for the question. I know nothing about the entity being proposed to administer. This is no reflection on them whatsoever. Not at all, not at all. I know nothing about them on purpose. I didn't look into what they're about at all. I just feel strongly that this is an important part of what the state of New Hampshire does, provide and encourage a good education. And to me, it's important enough. It's an important enough mission that the state of New Hampshire should give it an awful lot of attention and backing and oversight and monitoring. I just can't help but think it would be a better project and more. We are spending taxpayers' money, local and state. We have a high responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to do a good job with those dollars and a good job with the future of our children. So I can't help but think the Department of Education, that's their mission, that's their goal, that's their expertise. I can't help but think that's the place this program, this new startup program, should be.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Tanner and then Representative Bohm.
Thank you very much for taking my question. With
Thank
mass,
you.
it's hard to tell. Do you feel that the Department of Education, because of its staff that has educational experience, and also they have legal experience on the team with our attorney Fenton, who shows up every day, and got to get her a little jolt today, and also, you know, the accounting that the State Department of Education does on a regular basis, that kind of expertise would be invaluable to a program like this?
I absolutely agree. They're the best. They are the experts on the topic. We're not sending it over to another department that knows nothing about education. The Department of Education, I would have to think, has the expertise, the knowledge, the expertise, and should have the desire to get this program up and going and be a positive thing for the students of New Hampshire. I agree.
Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the
Thank
question.
you.
Are you aware that this committee exec and passed 18-1 to be on the consent calendar, House Bill 1627, which is establishing an Education Freedom Account Program Administrator in the Department of Education?
Thank you for that. Yes, I did hear about that. Yes, I did. And I was happy to see that. And I don't know if that's enough extra staffing to do this, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe there might be some technology equipment and so forth needed. I don't know. But I was very happy that was, to me, a good start towards supporting educational opportunities.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Ms. Ham, Representative Ham, for joining us this afternoon and bringing this bill forward. The bill does have a fiscal note on it, and turning to the back page, there's not a lot of information in the fiscal note, other than the department sort of wonders whether they would require it to build out a technology system and an RFP and coordinate it with the Department of Information Technology. I love the do it part there. And that the bill provides neither an appropriation nor authority for new personnel. And I guess it does this with the backdrop that the Education Freedom Account program was budgeted not even a year ago at $129,000, and it's already up over $8.1 million. So given the fact that it's already gone over budget so much. Do you think that the department would be able to find the money to provide the implementation of this, and possibly even find that money out of the 10% that the scholarship organization retains? So out of the 8.1 million in the program, the scholarship organization retains $810,000 for administrative costs. That the department may be able to find the funds.
Thank you for your question. Thank you. And my answer is yes. I mean, just that 10%, just that amount is a good start. And it's going towards education. You know, there isn't we're not outsourcing, so there isn't a management fee or something, profit margin in there, that money would go a long ways towards underwriting this program. And the statistics you just quoted tells me this program is going to take off. Our estimations for the interest in it were grossly underestimated. And so that's how important this program is. This is not going to be a little program that helps 20 kids in New Hampshire or whatever. It is going to challenge the public school system tremendously. And that isn't a bad thing. Change is inevitable. And it's always good to take a second look at what you're doing. It's always good to challenge the public schools to continue to improve their offering, because this indicates the amount of interest in alternatives to what we're doing right now. I don't think we can sit here and have any idea for sure how far this is going to go, or whether this is just the beginning of additional educational opportunities for children. I agree with you 100% that we can find the money. We need to find the money to do the job right. It needs to be a priority. There's very little that is more important than education and our future and our children.
Yes, you may.
So thanks very much, and thanks for taking my follow-up question. So would it be fair to say then that one of your concerns that you just articulated, and maybe one of the intents of this bill, is also to make sure that all of our taxpayer money is spent on educational purposes, and that as this program grows beyond $8.1 million to $20 million to $50 million to $75 million, that we're not going to be seeing 10% of that money, $7.5 million, going to costs not associated with educating New Hampshire's kids.
That is correct. I think this program is going to be a huge success, and I don't want to make any reflection on whomever is interested in managing this account. Not at all, not at all. I just think that we need to spend public dollars very, very wisely, and this is an important project that we need to look at in conjunction with everything else we're doing on the local level and state level to educate our children. So I really believe that the money and the oversight of the spending of that money can be better handled in-house. I really do think that in-house, when your focus is, and your loyalty and your fiduciary responsibility and everything is to the state of New Hampshire and its towns and cities and citizens and children, that's your focus, not just running one program. You got to look at the bigger picture, and I think this is something that needs that bigger picture focus.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I was just wondering if you were aware that, based on data reported to the department by school districts, the administrative costs for school districts is 10% also.
I know in my town, it's much more than that. I can tell you. Having served on the a school budget committee for, wow, more than 30 years probably, and just got off it, it's the cost to administer a local school district is enormous, enormous. It is a large figure. In our particular community, it is conservatively 1/8 of the cost to administer our local school district. And part of the problem is there's only 288 kids. We're not big enough. We could handle twice as many kids, and so therefore the numbers would look better. But I know it's quite costly to administer educational programs.
Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, over here again. And thanks for serving on the Budget Committee. I'm on one too, and it's quite a job.
Thank you.
But as I look at the school budget, and probably you do too, at the school that I'm working with, our administrative costs are high, but it includes transportation, it includes the building, the curriculum, the budget with the town and the school board, the bond issues, a whole lot of other things that just this EFA program would not entail, I
Right.
think, as certainly a fraction of probably what the total costs are for schools. Would you agree to that?
Yes, in general. Our school is quite an expensive operation to fund. We spend roughly $9 million for 288 children. So the numbers I quoted you, 1/8 was just for the strictly superintendent, principal, guidance, not transportation, not teachers, not anything else. So we're a unique situation because we're small in size. But I do know that the education budget in our municipalities is larger than the town. We spend more on the school than we do on everything else in the town, from sewer, water, highway, police, fire, absolutely everything else. It exceeds what we're spending for all our other needs.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon again, Representative Ham. Thank you, and I appreciate this bill. It sounds extremely
Thank you.
forward-thinking. I just have a question on the effective date.
Right.
I don't know if, did you have a chance to speak with DOE? Let's assume in a positive that this was passed. Did you have the chance to speak with DOE to see if the fact that this could be ramped up in time for July 1, or this just is a standard placeholder date?
No, I did not. I did not consult with them, and that probably is quite ambitious. I would think that the effective date might have to be beyond that.
Okay.
That's just the date we picked, but I agree. I don't think there's any way we can get it done by July 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for listening to me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other pink cards for this bill? I don't have any other pink cards up here, so we will close the hearing for 1669. Okay. What was her date? Representative Hobson, you had some questions before we were on this. Remember, you had some questions you were asking me. I can't recall. What we've done, we've put down a bill on the top of that. If I don't have to put the bill down there, then I have to have a continuance of exec sessions from the previous day, or I have to list all the bills that we're going to do, or we can just do anything. It's a lot easier.
Mr. Chair, it's Marjorie over here. Is there any way that the public will know? Is the list of bills that we're execing available to the public? I know when you print it in the calendar, the people can see, but
Executing bills may just occur right after we hear the bill, or they can
Yeah.
pop up at any time. What I'm trying to do is work with all the people here, knowing here's where we're going. Executive sessions are not for the public. Executive sessions are for this group right here to make, we've already had our hearing. Every one of the bills we exec has been heard. Now, there's occasion when we may ask for some technical support during a exec session. That's not uncommon. It's been done by every chair that I can remember working with. But there again, too, the public really has to give their input on the hearing side.
But there are people who are invested in these issues and curious as to when a decision's going to be made. And if they don't know when it's going to be exec, they don't get an opportunity to watch us doing that work.
And
So-
that's quite possible, seeing that, and that will be quite possible this year or this session as well. We may get down after we come back after the first session down in Manchester and get into some bills, have a real hole, and we're just going to start execing bills. That's the only way we're going to get out of here, and that's the only way we're going to get these 102 bills completed by the
Thank you.
17th of March. It's going to slide on us very quickly here. Yeah, it's coming. So Ralph.
Looks like municipal county is gonna be on the 9th but it looks like our bill's gonna be on the 15th from what we were supposed to do on Friday.
Yeah, what we're doing on Friday, we're going to be doing on the 15th.
Yeah, we got that. So an email went out from Lindsay.
Yeah, we did have some conflicts between various committees executing at the same time and people having to be in two places at the same time.
I know that municipal county is just put off.
Well,
a
that's
few days.
happening with everybody here. We have some folks on your party over here and the party over here where they're serving on double committees. And then you get to executive session and you're not absent, so you can't have a sub. You got to be one place or the other. That's, we got to address that issue because both parties are incurring that issue. And so we had that issue coming up on the 4th here, but it's been resolved now by this Mother Nature. Yeah. Okay, I guess we are done right now, so catch you all tomorrow.
Mr. Chair,